Tes mic 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oke, hello guys, welcome back with me Fedelish, your online friend. Hari kita bakal lanjut main VN Chaos Child yang dimana kemarin dia sempat main pas siang hari sih. Sebentar guys. Bentar. Oke. Kita pakai pakai model YouTube kita. Karena udah lama nggak make dan juga di request ya sama salah satu viewer bubub kita ya. Kayak kita bakal langsung buka aja. Dan kemarin sempet kejadian cukup sialan juga. Kita lupa save. Untung mau buka lagi gitu. Oke. Loading system. This story is a work of fiction, bla 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 bla. Kemarin storynya bagus sih, so far sih. Hai bang, halo Ahmad Raffi, welcome to the stream. Om ini anak hilang yang ada di anime-nya itu. Gak tahu. Emang ada yang hilang? Kayaknya nggak ada deh yang hilang deh. Satu yang ini. Oke. Don't let my kid get the better of you too often. If you let your guard down, you'll end up an outsider yourself. September 13th. Bukan 13 ya. 30th. Nah, itu lebih tepatnya baca. 2015 Wednesday. Hey, did you see that thing on Twitter? Apa tuh? Oh yeah, the meme from Hekihobot, a giant upa with a smug look on its face, sitting on Shibuya Hikariwo and saying, Shibuya sure has changed. Hekihobot. Yeah, that's one really kind of sad. Could we use that for the cultural festival? Nobody's gonna look at the display about history of Shibuya's recovery anyway. Is it enough to just have a picture? No, we will need to actually have stuffed animals or something. Stuffed animal. The male student started to search through Shibuya's store with his smartphone. He must have found something strange because he kept mumbling, "No way." Ito was recording the newspaper club's project for the festival, a bunch of random footage of the preparation in the cafeteria. Is this really the right time to be all excited over something like that, guys? A body had just been found in Dogenzaka yesterday, and all these students care about was their stupid jokes. Yes. The body was found less than 10 minutes away from the school, but they barely even mention. That's kinda... ya gitulah ya, gampang terdistract gitu mereka. Well, it really hasn't hit the news too much yet, but the first report had been on a major communication company's website. That was where Ito had seen it. Nah, ini paralel stem gates ya. Nggak tahu paralel apa bukan ya Airi, tapi katanya di universe yang sama mereka, atau kayak storyline-nya ada samanya gitu. Kayak ada benang merahnya lah gitu. By the way, welcome to stream Airi. It had been last night. It had made the morning news and the morning papers, but all that had been reported was that a body had been found, and that no details were known. And it was rare for a high school kid to check the TV news and papers every day. Yes sih, mana ada yang baca koran lagi sekarang. There was no word. Ada yang bilang sama, ada yang bilang alternatif. Aku baru tahu. Pokoknya kalau yang aku tahu itu nih dia 3, ada Chaos Child Noah, sama Steingate ya. Kayaknya 3 itu doang deh. Nah itu kalau ditarik benang merahnya mereka nanti bisa nyambung. There was no word from Miyashiro. Ito was really worried about what had happened at the Iya emang Love Hotel, tapi kemarin ini ya sangat berdarah ya di situ ya. But had no way of asking about it. Halo Nepu, welcome to stream. Damn it. He took out his phone even though he knew he hadn't gotten any calls. Sure enough, there were no message. Sama Chaos Child Love. What the hell? Love Chuchu, what the fuck? Sorry. He had been doing that a lot since yesterday. He couldn't bring himself to make a call. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to a friend who had been taken away by the police. Siapa? Shinji Ito, the loving student, irritated Ito in a way that he didn't really understand. He had been planning on videotaping the entire cafeteria today, but instead he gave up and left. Kenapa ketawa kamu nih? You filming? Hope it's going okay. He went inside the club room and saw Kurusu was there. Any word? Shinji Ito itu yang MC kan? Kurusu's expression clouded for a moment as she shook her head. Nothing since then. Since yang ini kali ya, Love Hotel incident kali ya. Ini mukanya gak asing loh, muka si cowoknya. I see. Wakui, the club advisor, had told him that Kurusu had taken a change of clothes for Miyashiro to the police station last night. He had been told that neither Miyashiro nor Onoe were hurt. The police were probably going to let them off with a warning, and if they weren't suffering any after evac from the trauma, they would be let go in the morning. But school was over, it was almost evening, and there was no word from either of them. Ito dropped into his chair. Damn it, the school's so peaceful. Barely anybody's talking about what happened yesterday. Iya sih, yang tadi yang dibahas ya. Kayak ada insiden dekat sekolah dan insidennya sangat sadis, tapi dia nggak ada yang mau ngomongin gitu. Kayak soalnya nggak terjadi apa-apa gitu. I see. I mean, sure, there are about two murder report a week in Tokyo, so I know it's not exactly a new thing. Oh, berarti sesering itu dapat reportnya ya. Still, Tokyo Saka's right next door. It's possible someone walked by that place on their way to school. Actually, I bet someone does. Maybe it's like he always says. And none of these people ever read the real news. Mungkin ya. Do you have any idea how obvious you are? Kurusu chuckled. You're worried about the two of them, right? Kau sudah ini kah? Akhirnya sudah balik dari berlibur kah? Ito started to speak, but then choke it back. No, not really. Aren't you worried, Miss Vice President? Shinji itu mah bukan si MC berarti. Ridiculous, she chuckled. I'm angry. This whole thing is ridiculous. Erika is one thing, but he ignored my warning and went in anyway. And this is what happened. Apa yang terjadi? He's making you do all the filming for the newspaper club too. No, I don't really care. It's not that big deal. It is. When you're given a job, you need to do it. Pinu berbang kan semalam udah Amel. Padahal welcome to the stream ya Amel. Is this it? Kurusu. Barusan sampai nggak istirahat nggak? Apa pas perjalanan jangan turunnya? What's going on with the budgets? Mau 2 kali oke boleh. Kawa Kawahara appeared. He was very out of breath. The budgets. The list of groups that have gone over budgets accounting says it is not in yet. Kurusu frowned as she realized her mistake. Sorry, I'll send you an email with the list as soon as possible. Damn. Seger nih malam-malam nih. Okay, before the teachers goes home. Kawahara ran off before Kurusu had time to answer. And before he was even out of sight, Kurusu had booted up the PC and started to tap at the keys. Anjay ngetik. What? No, it's nothing. Which of us is more obvious? That's what Ito was about to say before he stopped himself. Normally, it was impossible to imagine Kurusu not doing her job. For a while after that, Kurusu forced intently on her work. Ito didn't have much else to do, so he watched her. When he looked carefully, he could see a small dark spot under her eyes. He probably hadn't slept. And then Ito realized for the first time Kurusu had probably come to the club room to see if either of them had contacted him. Oh, si MC ya, si MC-nya dipanggil polisi ya soalnya. With all the preparation that were going on, there was no other reason for her to be here. Scare itu ya dia sama si MC ya. The Empress of all people, huh? Yes. Kamu cemburu itu. Kurusu pressed down hard on one final keys as she finished her task. Then suddenly an unpleasant sound filled the room. Huh?
Nah.
Hey. I know. They looked over and saw that Kazuki was nibbling on dried squid as she played her game, oblivious to everything around her. Ito had seen her come in after Kurusu had started her work. He had thought he might say she might say hello, but knowing her, maybe not. Nggak manggil hello ya. He had also seen her start to play her game. He had been trying not to bring it up, but that was clearly impossible though. He must have been concentrating pretty hard. Her gaze was constant and steady. Ito sighed. She's always caught up in her own little world, isn't she? Maybe she doesn't care about anyone else. Of course, that's not true. She's just a little stronger wild than most people. Oh gitu. Even so, he's in the same club as them. He started to say, but Kurusu stopped him with a raised hand. He looked down at Kazuki's game screen. Evidently. Kurusu chuckled and took off Kazuki's headphone. Kazuki, I'm not a big gamer, so correct me if I'm wrong, but... Is there a reason you're continually flinging fireballs at the side of a house? That fire's spreading really fast. What the fuck? Kazuki looked back at the screen with a stunned expression on her face. She yanked the headphone out of Kurusu's hand and quickly put them on, then started to pound at the keyboard. Calm down, and either swallow that squid or spit it out. What you're doing now is bad manners. Waduh. Keselak ya dia. Kazuki may or may not have hurt her because she struggled with her game for a while and then she froze like a toy whose batteries had run out. The squid she had been chewing fell out of her mouth and landed on the desk. He stared at it for almost 30 seconds, as if something impossible had happened. Then she silently stood up and staggered over to the shelf where we kept the electric coffee maker. Her face had turned pale. Pucat.
Kazuki,
Kazuki, are you okay?
コーヒ
Are you going to
ー
make
入れ
us
てくれるのか？
coffee? Okay, understandable, Kazuki. Kazuki nodded in answer to Ito's second question and started to make coffee with shaking hands. She made Kurusu her usual with 2 cubes of sugar and give Ito a coffee mixed with milk. Then she made a cup for herself, black, but didn't drink a drop. Anjir, gak diminum ngapain bikin? Her forehead slammed into the desk with a thud, and she became so quiet it was impossible to tell if she was breathing.
Ne?
See? Kurusu looked to Ito for agreement as she cleaned up Kazuki's squid.
いや、
Oh,
そうか。
wait, really? He took a sip from his coffee, not sure what to think. To him, none of this made any sense. Kurusu didn't say another word as she drank her coffee.
と
Ito looked up at the blank ceiling and decided that this was a good time as any to ask. It wasn't that it was wrong, but it still felt kind of awkward.
あのさ、
Hey,
何？
Nani?
あいつがこんなに事
Is
件に
there a
入れ込んでる
reason
のっ
he is
て
so obsessed with this case? Oh, hinya ini ke MC ya kita ya? Kurusu froze. He lowered her gaze as if searching for answer in her coffee cup.
伊藤くんこそ
What about
ず
you?
いぶん事件に対して熱心じゃな
You
い？
seem pretty interested in it yourself. He seemed to be trying to change the subject.
俺はこういうのが好きな人だから。
I just like this stuff.
こういうの？
This stuff?
猟奇的な事件。
We're murder
でも、
cases and stuff, but
昨
still,
日みたいに現場
running
に
into
忍
a
び込む
crime
っていう
scene
の
like
は
he did yesterday was going too far. He continued. Iya sih, too far sih. Kurusu silently took another sip of her coffee. He seemed to be staring at a single point in the distance, lost in thought. It was clear that while she was seeing the things around her, none of them held any meaning to her. Looking at her scared Ito a little. Kenapa jadi takut? Was it really that big a deal?
別に言いたくなければ
If you don't want to tell me,
そういうわけじゃない。
that's not it. I'm sure that.
きっと基
I'm
本的
sure
に
that
は伊藤
basically
くんと同じ。
Takuru's the same
タ
as
クルも
you.
好きだもの。
He
こういう
liked
の。
this stuff.
それに
And
危なっ
he's
かしい
always
ところ
like
に
getting
首を突っ
involved
込
in
みたが
things
る
that
のも
were dangerous.
昔からだし。
Okay. I see, Ito said.
小学校からだっ
You
け
two started
あいつ
living
が
together
副
in
部長と一
elementary
緒に暮らす
school?
ようになったの。
You two started living together in elementary school, right?
ええ、
Yeah, that's right.
正確
A
に
little
は被災
after
して少し
earthquake,
経ってか
to
ら
be
だから、
precise.
中学生に上が
Just
るか上
about
がら
the
ないかの
time
時だ
when
け
the
ど、
middle school was supposed to start. Okay. Kurusu and Miyashiro were both what people called earthquake orphan. They had both been in 6th grade when they had lost their parents to the earthquake. Okay. Since they had no relative to take them in, they had been sent to the same group home, the localized small-scale children's welfare facilities, Aoba Dormitory. Kids like them weren't common in Shibuya these days, but they weren't exactly rare either. Miyashiro had been so badly injured during the earthquake that he had been put into a coma. He was still in that coma when he arrived at the dorm. Okay. Itu earthquake-nya tahun berapa? Tahun 2009 kalau nggak salah inget ya. Habis itu 6 year later ya sekarang makanya ini di tahun 2015. Pokoknya ini ceritanya 6 tahun setelah earthquake-nya. The head of the dorm was also the head doctor. Oh, dia yang jaga dorm juga, tapi dia juga dokter ya. At the Aoba clinic downstairs, and so far a while that was where he was kept. Kurusu had taken care of literally all his needs. Oh, diurusin ya, masih Kurusu ya. There were 4 kids at the facility. Kurusu and Miyashiro were the oldest. Since her birthday was earliest than his, she had dubbed herself the oldest of 4 siblings and volunteered to take care of the other 3. Even back then, Miyashiro had a habit of being curious and getting into trouble.
だいたい天の弱だしね。
He's just a
みんなと
little
は違うっ
brat,
て
you know?
よく言ってるでしょ。
He says all the time that he's different from everyone else, right? Even though that's not true. He spoke like a parent worried of her child's future.
でも結局、
But
あ
in
の
the
子は
end, he...
お疲れ様。
Hello everyone!
クルス君も来てたのか。
I didn't think I would see you here, Kurusu. Berarti 1 tahun sebelum Steingate. Steingate 2010. Ah, aku lupa. Jujur, Steingate tahun berapa lupa. Did you hear anything? The club advisor, Wakui, was quite relaxed as he came into the room. Kurusu quickly stood up and rushed over to him. He nodded and motioned for her to calm down.
うん。
Yeah,
ついさっきね。
just now. Oh, baru
大
aja.
丈夫そうでしたか？
Is everything okay? Huh?
それはもちろん。
Of course.
ほら、
Hey,
伊藤君。
Ito,
す
get
ぐ
to the
に
gym
体育
now.
館に行きなさい。
Buset, disuruh nge-gym nih.
体育
Oh
館
my god, seperti Lloyd.
なんで？
Ya, cukup mirip Lloyd kalau bagian mukanya kita hilangin semua ya. Huh, the gym. Why?
軽音部が今からリハーサルをするって。
Music
い
club
い文
says
化
they
祭
are
の記
about
録になるんじゃないかな
to。do a rehearsal. It should be good footage for the culture festival. Culture festival. Yeah. Kurusu's expression froze, and suddenly it changed.
涌井先生
Mr.
連絡っ
Wakui,
て
is
それで
that
す
what
か
you heard?
んそうだよ。って、なんだい、クルス君。
Yeah,
機嫌
that's
がい
right.
いね。
What's up, Kurusu? You look so happy.
先生に
Oh,
は
I
機嫌
seem
がいい
happy
よう
to
に見えます
you.
か？
Waduh, ngeri juga nih Kurusu nih.
行ってくる。
I'm going though. You should come with me.
ちょっと。
Wait. Ngeri juga nih sama Kurusu nih. Sensing a gathering storm of violence, Ito pushed Wakui out the door. Mr. Lloyd Wakui Wakui. Kazuki had to look up, but now she slammed her hat back on the desk. What the fuck? Now that she was all alone, Kurusu took out her phone and checked it. There was no message, of course. She sighed and looked at the board. That incident yesterday at the Love Hotel, whether it was murder or suicide, from the way Miyashiro and Onoe had looked when they had been taken by the police, something had happened. Miyashiro has said it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago. Now that it had happened 3 times, there is no ignoring it. Yes, see. No, it was too dangerous. She couldn't let him get more involved in this. Karena saking care-nya dia pengen udah mending stop gitu ya. She thought back to Ito's question about why Miyashiro was so interested in this case. Kazuki was still lying with perlu banget ya ini ya. When she turned her hat to the side, for some reason, she looked like she was enjoying herself. What? Dia suka self-harm? When Kurusu saw that, she suddenly lost her desire to drink the coffee. Apologizing in her mind to Kazuki, she decided to pour it out at the water fountain. He headed to the upstairs water fountain, which was usually less crowded. He found herself looking down at the gaps between the tiles as The sound of her footstep rang in her ear. She could tell that she was walking slower than usual. Essentially, Kurusu was lonely. She remembered what she had said to Miyashiro when he woke up in the clinic. I'm Nana Kurusu. Call me by my first name. We are family, so it would be weird to call each other by our last name, right? In the end, he just want to pretend that he's special. He knew why, she supposed. The event that had caused him to leave the dorm was still bothering him. Emang apa? November 7. Nah ini 2009 nih kejadiannya nih airnya, earthquake-nya. This way, please, come this way. I'm telling you, we can get around from the back. How many times do I have to... Save us, someone! Why won't the phone work? I wanted water. I could still feel the sensation of the dead woman I had touched when I had fallen on my hand. And I wanted to wash it off. I wanted to wash my face too. The wind from the flames had blown something small into my eye, and it itched badly. I was thirsty too. Sarika was on my back and showed no sign of waking up. Damn it. My legs were at their limit, so I forced my way through the crowd and sat down on a tire that had rolled nearby. It smelled like burning rubber. I didn't have the energy to apologize to the people I ran into. Bioskop kapan lagi om? Kapan-kapan? And they didn't have the energy left to complain. I slowly brought Sarika to rest on my knees and looked around. I saw an orange light. The light of the fires reflect of many things. It was pretty, I thought, before I realized how inappropriate that was. For some reason, I started to count the bodies on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Tapi kalau udah lain gitu, kemungkinan besar ya dead sih. But in less than 5 seconds, I had gotten way over 10 and realized how futile it was. I stopped. Besok kayo, aku pengen, hah? Apaan Nairi? Apaan Nairi? Hah? kamu ngetik apa itu Nairi? Shibuya Station was utterly destroyed. The 107, only a few minutes away by foot, was ruined as well. 5 whole hours after the earthquake, the chaos had only increased. Tapi masa kamu udah masuk sih? Tanggal 2? Cepet amat. There were fewer people out walking, but I wasn't sure if that was because they had reached safety or simply collapsed from exhaustion. I saw someone carrying his own severed arms in a convenience store bag. Aku juga buset, serius? Kalian dari mana? I mean, Jakarta kah? I saw people ignore a barefoot woman as she cradled a baby whose head was smashed in. Emang besok ya? Udah pada masuk ya? No, besok sekolah I don't want go to school. Boleh sih kalau full jam kos, tapi mustahil ya. Nggak bakal full jam kos sih. And we're flinging things into the fire. A group of middle-aged salaried men were dragging a young girl into the darkness. A young man went to join them. Anggap aja sekitar ya. Tanggal 2 ya udah masuk ya. Gue keren dekat-dekat sini masih agak lama dikit. Oh mau libur. Lah kemarin apa aja? This is hell. Betul, this is hell. There was no other way to describe it. Iyalah. This was hell. Erika moaned a little in my lap. I slapped her cheeks to wake her up. Oh no way. Oh no way. Her face distorted in agony. It was okay, she was breathing. Bang, ngantuk tidur. We are heading to Yoyogi, okay? You know, that big general hospital? You remember, right? We snuck in there once when we were little. Oh no Si MC sama yang si rambut oranye tadi itu satu ini ya, satu dorm ya. Instead of answering, she just moved her eyebrow a little, I swore, and lift her up on my back again. She didn't seem to be that badly hurt, but this kept happening. I read on Twitter that then the general hospital in front of Yoyogi Station was accepting patient injured in the earthquake. Ah, okay. I didn't know that it was true, but I had no choice but to go. Betul. It had to be better than the hell that was Shibuya. Kalau tidur hari Selasa cepat datang, ntar sekolah nggak mau lah. Kenapa sih kamu sih? Don't die. I yelled, unsure if Serika could even hear me, and started walking. I just needed to get to the hospital. Anjir, jadi korban eksperimen ya? No, waifu kita Onoe ternyata bekas korban eksperimen anjir. I leaped up. I quickly glanced to the left and right as I tried to calm my racing heart. I saw that I was in my own bed. I felt exhausted. I also felt really thirsty. Maybe it was because I had the dream again. I will had the dream again, sorry. Kadang ada had, tapi kadang tadi itu lebih ke I will. I searched around until I found the bottle of water by my side and by my bedside. Took a gulp and then grabbed the phone off my bed to check the time. Katanya kamu mau hiatus ya om? Gak ada hiatus ya Lord ya. Waduh, kamu stream ya Lord ya. It's a new day, huh? It was around noon when the police had let me go from Shibuya Station with a warning. Gak apa kak, Enju juga alat kok. Enju apa cok? Iya terus dari si Koden. I had gone home and gone straight to bed. So I will have been out for more than 12 hours. Lebih dari 12 jam. Kenapa dia dijadiin eksperimen? Karena survivor dari earthquake-nya harusnya. Ini kan nama Chaos Child ini kemarin yang di awal-awal dikasih tahu nama Chaos Child ini buat anak-anak yang berhasil bertahan hidup dari earthquake yang aneh ini. Soalnya gempa buminya aneh, katanya berpusat di kota, terus guncangannya beda. Ini kelihatan artificial banget gitu kan. Jadi gempanya tuh kayak buatan dan harusnya yang survive itu something special. Makanya disebut Chaos Child, kumpulan anak-anaknya. No, Suikoden. Angel Black Bullet. Aku lupa. Aku udah lama banget kalau Black Bullet. Black Bullet kayaknya udah 7 tahun deh yang nonton. Jadi karena itulah dia terpilih. Lebih tepatnya karena dia samperin ke rumah sakit kan. Mungkin rumah sakitnya langsung lapor ke pihak yang berwenang yang pengen nge-eksperimen gitu. It was no good. Maybe I had slept too long, or maybe I hadn't slept enough because my head felt like it was filled with lead. No, maybe not. I put my hands up to the thin light that was coming through the window and checked their color. They were the same as always. There was no blood on them. Nah ini yang kemarin nih. I felt a little like throwing up. I hope another drink of water will help, but it didn't. Damn it. I thought for a moment and then decided to turn on the room light. I turned on the laptop. I ran a search for urge to vomit lesson food drinks. The internet gave me page after page of result. I check a bunch of pages, but just like you are supposed to when you're looking something up. Ginger, huh? I guess I've got that kankoto that Ken gave me. Oh, jahe emang mantep guys. Wedang jahe, the best. I looked under the sink until I found the kakonto powder, then poured it into a cup and added some hot water from the electric kettle. It had a strange smell, unlike anything I was used to. I took a sip. Okay. I could tell that my hand was shaking a little as I held the cup. God damn it all. It wasn't the first time I had seen a body. Iya sih, dia udah lihat berkali-kali ya. Bentar. Wait, where is my game? Oh, ini. It wasn't the first time I had seen body. I checked the phone again. Kok ada musik ya? Ini dari game ya? Ini dari game ya? Sorry, nggak fokus. I went to answer, but stopped. They were probably still up, but I didn't feel like talking to anyone. It felt like the air I had breathed in at the last hotel yesterday was still deep inside me. PTSD ya. Along with the cheerful melody of the music box. Oh iya, ini music boxnya. And the red and the red that covered my vision. I felt something strange on my cheek and put a hand up to feel it. It was a bandage. Kita terluka ya? I had gone to some kind of clinic at the police station where they would put it on. They told me I must have hit my face hard on the floor when I had passed out. I was unlucky enough to scrape my cheek against a piece of the shattered glass. Thankfully, it wasn't a big wound. It barely hurts at all. But it itched like hell. And each time it itched, the shock I had felt came rushing back and quickened my pulse. The danger was long gone, but I still couldn't forget the terror. Itu PTSD namanya. Had I almost been caught up in something horrible? Anjay, nyeruput lagi. No, I was fine. I was fine, right? I wasn't like everyone else. I wasn't an amateur. I had gone through that hell. I had this dream about and survive. Okay, maybe having that nightmare again was good for me. Was good for you, really. I managed to force down the urge to vomit. I forced down the urge to vomit, then click away at the computer. I opened my computer's TV program and changed the channel to a news program and watched it on my monitor. A few months ago, I had bought a USB TV tuner of a homeless guy who had no idea what it was worth. All it cost me was dinner at a local restaurant. Anjir, dibayarnya cuma makan ya. Just like I thought, there was an article about the event 2 days ago. All they said was that a man's body was found in the Dogenzaka Love Hotel. They didn't say whether it was suicide, murder, or just an accident. There was nothing about a girl who had been found at the scene. Oh, si ceweknya nggak disebut ya? Nggak di-mention sama sekali ya? Or about me and Serika. Ah, I see. I figured this was what I would get. I had never experienced for myself the gap between what happened at a crime scene and what was reported on TV, but it didn't really surprise me. These days, the internet was a lot faster at reporting things than TV. To people who follow the news online, TV wasn't a place to learn new things. It was where you went to see if something you had heard about was so important that it was getting TV coverage. Bener sih. What about the people online? I closed TV program and opened a browser. Nikkei News had something on it too. I click on the upload video. Another incident has occurred in Shibuya. This makes for 3 strange incidents so far. Just like always, it was Watabe, the attention-seeking internet reporter. He was famous for charging into crime scene to get scoops. Lately, he seemed to be getting a little cocky. Waduh, sombong nih. He explained what had gone on at the Love Hotel as the video showed pictures that he had probably taken himself. Either way, I think the police are hiding something. The only announcement has been that a body was found, but if that's so, then why would? And then, like always, he started to mix in his own subjective opinion with the news. He was right, the police were hiding something, but there was a little point in listening to the rest of this. Bag information would just get in the way. This is all you can expect from the masses on the internet, I guess. I mostly ignore Watabe's voice as I looked at the video on the screen. He must have gotten it by charging into the hotel room. Anjir, dia masuk ke room ya. Kok bisa lewat anjir? What the hell was all that? I thought back to what had happened. A man was strangled to death in his room. There was an unconscious girl and a police officer there as well. The girl was the most obvious suspect. Even if she chose a strange way to do it, she still must have killed him, right? No, if she had definitely killed him, then they would have announced that. Betul. He was arrested, just like I was. Over 30 hours had passed. Even if they had found out she was innocent, they should have announced that. The police believe that the girl with him may know something and are proceeding with their investigation like that. Did the police think that she didn't do it? Then, what was she doing in that room? And even if the police had told me during the interrogation that I had imagined it, I knew what I had heard. Tapi, bro, come on, ada cewek di Love Hotel yang ngapain nih kan? Belum tentu killing. Gimana bang, udah apa cowok? I was sober as fuck man. Kemarin tuh sober as fuck. Bro, come on. Someone else had visited that room and knocked on the door. The sound was eerie and always had the same rhythm. But welcome to ya bang telur ya. I felt a cold chill and idly turned towards the door. Lah, batu anjir bocahnya cok. Batu anjir. Orang sadar gitu, cok. My room was the same as always. There was no sign of anyone approaching it. I listened carefully to see if I could hear anything outside. Nothing. Come on, you're worrying too much. Kok kamu nggak perhatian gitu sih, abang telur? That's right, crap. Kan dibilangin cuman minum teh sama kopi, bro. It was a new day. What about the pundits on the internet? I quickly opened another site, Shibuya News. Buset, kenapa ada kucingnya tuh? Kucingnya lucu banget. This was private news site I trusted the most. It was always updated at midnight every day. The quality of the news and the reliability of its updates make it far more useful than TV or the mass market site. Online news was faster than TV, but of course, some sites were better than the others. Betul. There was no end to the number of wrong-siders who would treat the net as a single entity that was the opposite of TV. Woi, Bang Telur jangan hilang kau. The TV says one thing, but the internet says something different. They will say. If you ask me, they were either morons. These days, even a lot of the larger sites online aim for the same mass market the TV news did. It was critical that you find out for yourself which sites could really be trusted. Just like the name implied, Shibuya News dealt with the going on around Shibuya. Takut banget aku ngilang bang? Enggak dong. Soalnya kamu habis menyebarkan hoax gitu. It was similar enough to our newspaper club that everyone in the club knew about the site and used it regularly. Its owner, Kay, was, how to say this, very skilled at getting and sharing information and seeing its effect. He carefully calculated when to send and when to receive information. A lot of child and grandchild sites use Shibuya News as their parent site. Most of them were privately run news sites as well. Itu fakta yang nggak ada anjir, nggak ada fakta cok. Dibilangin cuman minum kopi sama teh bro. As a result, a huge number of people saw the information that Kay spread. To put it more unkindly, Kay was manipulating them. Anytime Kay wrote about a popular shop among high school students in Shibuya or a free smartphone app, I would hear people at school talking about it within a few days. Loh, kok gak percaya gitu cok, dibilangin teh sama kopi. Take for example the Twitter user that most of Hekiho Academy followed, Hekiho bot. It described itself as a bot by Hekiho student or Hekiho student. From the number of times it will show up on Shibuya News, my guess was that it was actually run by Kay. Kay was one of the few people I recognized as a right sider. Ini masih agak bingung kadang aku. Wrong sider, right sider, left sider anjir. ini maksudnya blok timur blok barat gitu. Enggak kan? When something important was going on Shibuya, first you check the TV shows to get the basics, then the mass market sites to see what the net was saying. Then you will go to Shibuya News for the latest information. This was the way the newspaper club and myself specifically will always look for information. I figured they would be broadcasting. The quality of the news wasn't the only reason that Shibuya News was popular. One reason was that Kay appeared to be the girl. When someone was thought to be a girl in real life, they got a lot more hits than someone who was thought to be a guy. Another Persona game. Halo Om Aldo, welcome to stream. Persona masih ada fighting scene, ini pure baca doang Om Aldo. And the other reason was that was a contract of blood to seal our sin by Phantasm. This radio broadcast, whenever there was something big she wanted to report on, she will always do an internet radio broadcast. It overt proof that she was a girl. Her voice calm and pleasant to the ear. Iya, suara enak. A lot of people just listen to her broadcasts. The audio from the leaky noise case that I had played for Kurusu had actually been modified by Kay to be easier to understand. Okay, normally I don't play Phantasm, but there's a reason I've chosen it today. You are all aware of the death of a man in his 20s in a Shibuya Love Hotel yesterday, right? Like always, Watabe at Nikonia News was there to tell you all about it, but I chuckled a little. His glory hogging was a running joke among Nikonia News viewers. But there was something he did notice. Phantasm released this song 6 years ago, and you all remember what happened then, of course. That's right, the Shibuya earthquake. But before that, there were also the strange event called the New Generation Madness. I was startled. That's right, crap. I have forgotten. After all that had happened at the Love Hotel. No way. Some of you have already noticed, right? The Don't Look at Me case on the 7th September, and the leaky noise on the 19th, and now this new death yesterday, or more precisely, 2 days ago on the 29th. The dates match up with the incident 6 years ago. Berarti mau gempa lagi ceritanya ya? Ini kita pakai asal mikir aja gitu kan, asal nyelutuk aja. In that case, in that second, the Twitter stream that was linked to the broadcast lit up. Wah, dibungkam. Enggak sih, enggak dibungkam sih, lebih ke ketutupan ya. The next day, langsung kayak jadi sorotan gitu ya. The next day is, tapi enggak. Minimal ini ditunjukin gak sih komen-komennya? That's all for tonight. Thank you for listening in. Semoga kamu tidak diculik ya, Kay. It will soon be 12:30 a.m. on October. I pray you spend tomorrow in a way you won't regret. She signed off in her usual way, and the broadcast ended. Semoga kamu tidak diculik ya, Kay. She got me. That's right. That hypothesis was why I had forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I thought. After 3 such incidents, it was only natural to assume that there might be a connection. The New Generation Madness. Weh. Was it going to happen again? Mulai masuk seru-serunya nih. I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. The cut must have opened. As I took care of it, the red blood on my fingers stood out. Without warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. Usually, I love to have a mystery to solve, but now that the case was definitely real, I hesitated. For the rest of that night, I was unable to do any more research about the case. Oh. A turf death in Shibuya could mean serial killers is on the loose. New generation. 1. Name: King George Shadow. Counter-revolutionary. Reproduction prohibited. The 3 suspicious deaths in Shibuya this month lined up with the dates of the New Generation Madness. A 4th death is predicted to occur on 10 October. Source Shibuya. Okay, New Generation Madness. Holy shit. First. Anjir, ternyata di Jepang juga ada first ya. Ternyata di Jepang juga masih ada first sama Pertamax ya. Bukan di Indo doang ya. Seriously? Thread archive? Oh yeah. Hell yes. It's happening. Give. Somebody call me. K is so smart. Oh man, I'm getting goosebumps. Wow, it was real. How did no one notice? Summary of K's podcast. The dates of the New Generation incident 6 years ago match the 3 deaths so far. If the pattern continues, something will happen on 10 October. Oh, 929 crucified ya. Vampire. Festival time, no time to eat. Ya, apa anjir inilah isi komen-komennya anjir. Isi komennya kocak banget. Let the carnival of miracle begins. New gen. If this is true, isn't that scary as shit? I want to know more about the turf death. Was it as nasty as Licky Noise? Hey, you're smart. Let's get married. Whose eyes are those eyes? I got so excited listening to Shibuya News. What the hell? Huh? Ini kamu ya, Dewa ya? I have the same feeling. I think this means another earthquake coming. I went to see Aspers 6 years ago in front of the station. I was in college then. Now I'm unemployed and stay home all day. The fun's about to start again, huh? Shibuya's doom. I'm Keista. This means they will cancel the restoration festival. You guys make me sick. People are dead. What the fuck are you so happy about? I call bullshit. I thought Kay was smarter than this. I'm disappointed. It has been 6 years, and it's time to drag this out again. It's the return of the new generation madness, and I can't bear it. Return of the new generation madness 1. Don't look at me, Licky Noise. Name coming soon. To be continued. October 1st, 2015, Thursday, the same time. Shibuya Police Station. Sini. Would you please just tell me your name and address already? Are you a student or do you have a job? You went to that hotel with that man, Kakita, many times, right? How did you know him? Were you dating? If you don't want to talk, feel free to just nod or wave your hand. Just tell me. The officer sank back into her chair in resignation. Shinjo could sympathize. I see. He would just come to check on her moment ago, but they have been probably doing this since yesterday. Anjir, udah dari kemarin. Locked in an interrogation room, cut off from the outside world, and questioned by multiple officers. Most people will lose their cool. They will start to wonder what effect their words were having, and focus on every movement of the officer who was talking down notes. It wasn't hot in the room, but they would sweat. This girl didn't respond at all. It probably wasn't because she was used to it. If she had ever been interrogated before, the fingerprint they had taken would have told them who she was. Shinjo-san. Maybe we should take her to mental hospital, you mean? It made sense. The natural assumption was the shock of the incident had incapacitated her. Shinjo nodded, as if considering it. Any missing persons report? This was the second day since the incident. If you live in a normal family environment, someone should have submitted a missing persons report by now, he assumed. I checked, but no luck. Shinjo watched the girl as he listened to her talk. But the girl didn't move a muscle. Even mentioning her family didn't get us anywhere, huh? The normal ways weren't going to work then. She would be sent to the hospital by dawn at this rate. Thanks, I'll take care of her. You can go. The other officer couldn't hide her happiness as she left the room. Okay. Shinjo sat down in the chair she had been sitting in and took a good look at the girl from the front. She was ignoring him and still looking down at the desk. She didn't even seem to notice or care that the person in front of her had changed. Shinjo remembered his conversation with Momose. After he had hung up, she had called back in precisely 3 minutes, just like she had promised. And then he had said, "My kid has a message for you." It's what she says. Is that all? What does that even mean?
いいからそう聞いてごらんなさい。
Just ask her.
それで
If she
今の
react
新庄
like
ちゃんの
you
ような反
just
応した
did,
り
or
変わら
doesn't
ず
say
黙ったまま
anything,
だ
then
と
I'm
したら
sorry, but that
残念だけど
psychiatric hold is your only
もし
option.
別の反応をしたら
But if she reacts some other
もう
way,
一度連
contact
絡を
me
ちょうだい。
again. Okay, dia coba ya. The message didn't make such sense, but he didn't see any other way.
一つ聞き
I'd
たい
like
こと
to
があ
ask
る
you
ん
a
だ。
question. There was no response, of course. He continued, uncertain if she was even hearing him.
君は持っているものに気づかれなかったのか、元から持っていないの
Did she
か。
have it and they
Which-
didn't realize it? Or did you never have it? And which is it? Which is it? Hmm? Her eyes moved. Instead of looking down at the desk, she was looking at Shinjo. Shinjo was surprised, but did his best to hide it.
どうなん
And
だ
they poker face it. Well, wait. Modelku stop this. Kemarin aku minum-minum coy, gila ngeri Om Aldo, ngeri sekali kamu, seram. Fuck man, it works. Ngeri Om Aldo. The girl stared at him as if trying to figure him out. Dimakai dulu, and then a moment later, minum apa tuh Maldo?
誰なんですか
Who
あ
are
な
you?
たは
Her words were quiet but sharp. It was the same tone of the voice that Shinjo used when he was interrogating a subject.
ここの刑事だ。
I'm a detective here at the station. What's your
Namae wa?
name? She seemed to be thinking about something as she stared at him. Her mannerisms were just like his own again. It was the same way a detective faced a criminal trying to gain everything scrap of information from what he could see. And then she slowly opened her mouth.
有村ひなえ
Hinai Arimura.
壁
I'm
氷
a
学園の
student
学
at
生です
Hekiho Academy. Arimura, yeah. I left the mother home where I live alone, and only then I did realize that it was evening. The sunlight must have been pouring into my room, but I hadn't noticed. I don't really remember when I had gone to sleep or when I had woken up.
大丈夫。
Then sombong san please. Emang nih sombong deh. It's okay, right? I looked around and made sure that none of the scenery had changed. Then walked up the step in front of me. Miyashita Park was just a few minutes walk away from Shibuya Station. It was also known as Homeless Park. This was where I lived after I left the dorm. The first floor was a huge parking structure, and the second story had a futsal field. Anjir, ada futsal field. And a climbing wall. It had been mostly abandoned during the recovery effort after the Shibuya earthquake. After the quake, people who had lost their family or who never had any family to begin with gathered here in a mass. Oh. Mitake Park, which was right next door, was supposed to be the evacuation point for this area, but Miyashita had always been a mecca for the homeless, so everyone gathered here. When people gathered, so did things. Container filled with the food, blanket, and tents, even the trailer for a motorhome that was left behind when its owner fled Shibuya. Every part of the park was overhauled to create a place for people to live. The parking lot, the futsal field, the climbing wall, etc. Liga Inggris kemarin siapa yang menang Senod? Kemana aja kalah sama hutan? Masih ditanya lah yang itulah. Yang ngarep lah, yang merah-merah menang. The next thing anyone knew, there was a society there that was big enough that the government couldn't force them out. Then some group of idiots came out to try and turn the place into temporary housing. They were shut down in less than a month. As a result, even though you could find beautifully rebuilt skyscraper just a straight way, Miyashita Park became one of Japan's biggest slum. Biggest slum.
これいいですか?
Jangan lupa minum. Can I have this? I spoke to the man who sold newspaper, magazine, and everything else as I picked up a newspaper with today's date, October the 1st on it. Oh, Taku. I don't see you buying newspaper often. Sure, take it.
いいんですか?
Can I? Wih, dikasih free. I've got plenty, and take a look. He showed me the snack and alcohol at his feet. Anjir. He must have sold a lot today. There were a lot of people in the park who had enough money that they could have stayed in a capsule hotel if they want to. Oh, if you're going to throw it away, do it somewhere else. They're getting annoyed about garbage. I thanked him and went to leave. Hey, Taku, off to pay the electric bill? Yeah, that's right. Then pay mine too. Tell them it's from Matty on the south side. He handed me 1,000 yen bill. I nodded, took it, and headed deeper into the park with my paper. Oh, so his name was Matty? Miyashita Park was divided into north and south half by a road. If he said he was from the south, that must mean there was a Matty on the north side, who I hadn't met yet. The administrative office on the south side. Just like the name implied, it was where all the administration was done for Miyashita Park. It kept things peaceful between the government and the park occupants, resolved dispute between the homeless, and maintained all the facilities at the park. I knew the woman there by her face, but not her name. I gave her the electric bill, which was due on the 1st of the month, along with Matty's part. Life in the park might seem carefree and lawless from the outside, but it was actually stricter than you would find in some families.
はいよ。確かに。
Alright, thanks. Nobody's going over their territory or trying to move in, right? Everyone who lived on the outer rim of the park, including me, since I live on the far south, had been asked by the management to keep an eye out of that.
大丈夫だと思います。
I think it's okay. When I had looked earlier, I hadn't seen anything change around my place. It's rough out there lately, so take care. If you see someone you don't know, tell me right away. Woos.
Huh?
You know about what happened in the Love Hotel, right? Oh, yes, I understand. I was startled, but quickly nodded. I suddenly felt like they were criticizing me for hiding something. The corridor that connected the north and south end of the park, this place, looking down on Meiji Street, was the one part that hadn't really changed since before the earthquake. There were cracks here and there, but the government had forbidden people to put things here because it would ruin the view and might not be safe. I leaned up against the rail and spread open the newspaper with the setting sun shining down on me. There was a column. Jadi kamu kemarin jadi main bareng nggak, Om Aldo? Sama Airi sama Abang Telur? There was a column on the front page about the Love Hotel incident, but no new information. There was nothing in the article about the girl who was found at the scene, or how this could be related to what happened 6 years ago. Had they not figured that out yet? Or maybe they had. They just weren't announcing it. If it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago, then so that Don't look at me and leaky noise. Okay. Did that mean they weren't suicides? If the killer had driven them to suicide, then it was probably the same person behind 3 incident. But was he working alone and part of a group? Ka-invite, waduh parah Om Aldo. Parah Om Aldo. Jadi kamu nggak invite orang Om Aldo. Or maybe people who were related somehow to the incident 6 years ago were killing themselves one after another. Maybe I should look at what the 3 cases had in common again. Damn it, what the hell? My hand went up to the new bandage on my cheek. I rubbed it several times to make sure that it was still there. I took out my smartphone. The data I had recorded at the scene had been deleted by the police. I probably should have just counted myself lucky they didn't take the phone itself. I had lost my biggest clue to the case. Maybe that's a clue that I should just give this up. Maybe this was just out of my league. Maybe it was stupid to get involved. Oh, mereka berempat. And then I got a call on my phone. Itu mereka berempat ya, berarti ya yang satu eskul itu ya. Berempat yang penampungan ya berarti ya. Maksudnya di dorm yang isinya orang-orang yang sudah nggak ada parentsnya lagi, orphan semua. Ini flashback? Enggak. Ini momen saat dia kayak baru dilepasin nama si polisnya dari insiden yang kemarin. I checked the name and hit the answer button.
Hai.
Yes, hello.
もしもし。
お主か。もう来ておるぞ。
Ini siapa
い
lagi
つもの
anjir?
席じゃ。
Is it you? They're here at the usual seat.
どうも。
Thanks. As always, the waitress' appearance and manners were a mystery to me. I bowed to her and went to my seat. Terika was there already, reading a manga. She was fiddling with her Gera Froggy cell phone strap without realizing it as usual. It really was a strange habit and a nuisance to the people around her. Cafe Lax, the preferred hangout of the newspaper club, was just a 10-minute walk from Shibuya Station. The owner was a manga fan, and the walls were lined with the stuff. There was a free Wi-Fi, the prices were good, and if it wasn't crowded, you could sit there for hours as long as you bought a single drink. The most important part was that since it was in a hard-to-find spot, barely anybody from Hekiho knew about it. Hidden gem lah ya hitungannya. So I didn't know, and so I didn't have to worry about running into anyone I knew. As usual, there was barely anyone there. Just a single couple that appeared to be in college. I ordered my usual Mountain View and sat down.
何読んでるんだ？
What are you reading?
ああ、タク。
Ah, Taku.
そう。
I'm not
なんだ
sure
ろう
what
これ。
this is. No, oh no waifu kita yang kena eksperimen cowok. Ah,
適当に取
I
った
just
から。
grabbed it off the shelf. Sarika went and put the manga back on the shelf, then came and sat back down.
はい、これ
Here.
制服。
Is this your
ワンちゃん
uniform?
から言われて。
Don
クリ
told
ーニ
me
ング
to
しとい
clean
た
it,
か
so
ら。
I did.
悪いな。
Thanks. I took the bag containing my uniform from Sarika. It was the uniform that had gotten covered with blood at the Love Hotel.
今日学校は？
Did you go to school today?
言ってないよ。
Nope,
タクもでしょ。
neither did you, right? I nodded. I hadn't felt like it at all.
のんちゃんたちに連
Did you
絡は？
contact Non and Ito?
メールはしといた。
I sent them a text. When I got up this morning, I sent both of them a text saying that I was okay. They both sent back response almost immediately, but neither of them said much about what happened. They probably were mentioning it for my sake.
で、どうだ
So, how are you doing?
大丈夫か
Are you okay?
うん、まあ
Yeah, I
死んでる
guess.
人を見るのは初め
It
てじゃ
wasn't
な
my
いし
first time seeing a dead body. Serica spoke in a normal tone of voice as she drank her favorite, grapefruit juice. It didn't seem like she was lying. That's how she had been since she was a kid. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings, she just got over them very quickly.
タクは
What about
大
you,
丈夫？
Taku? You okay? Now that she asked, I wasn't sure how to answer the question. Ini kenapa ada loli anime girls yang kayak ini sih? The waitress brought me my Mountain View. I nodded and took it. Was I? Okay.
嘘マジで？
No way.
それ最低
Seriously? That's terrible. Hahaha. Diketawain gitu sama waitress. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. What a dumbass, right? Oh bukan waitressnya, itu orang-orang yang di ruangan ya. I spun the ice in my drink as I listened to the couple's irritating conversation. Sarika silently waited for my answer. Kayak siapa itu tadi di nonton Biori? Si Rengge. She had been my friend since we were kids. There was no point in trying to hide it. To be honest, I'm not sure.
迷ってるって。
Not sure about what,
事件を追うか
but whether I should keep following the case. Sarika seemed genuinely shocked.
本
Huh?
当に？
Really?
すいません。
Excuse
グレープフ
me.
ルーツもう一つ。
Oh, like another thing of grapefruit juice? Sarika raised her hand and ordered another drink.
いつものタクだったらチャンスだとか思って突っ走ってない？
Normally, you would say that this was your big chance and rush right in, right? That might be true, but things were different this time. After what I had gone through,
そりゃ
I
ホ
mean,
テルは
sure,
怖かった
what
け
happened
ど
at the
さ。
hotel was scary, but Sarika continued as if she knew exactly what I was thinking.
昔都市伝説
Remember
とか
how
追っ
scary
か
it
けてた
was
時
when
も
we
そう
used
だ
to
ったじ
go
ゃん。
chasing after
ほら
urban
冒
legends?
険だって言って
Remember how
病院
you
に忍び
snuck
込ん
into
だ
the
の覚えてる？
hospital because it was an adventure? I nodded. I had this dream about it.
あの時も
It was
怖か
scary
ったけど
too. But even
こ
when
の
you
怖
were
さは
crying,
他の人が経
you
験
said
して
that
ない
terror
もん
was
なんだ。
something special
貴重
because
なんだ。
nobody else had
泣きながらさ。
experienced it.
お前も
You were
泣いてたじゃ
crying
ん
back then
あの
too.
時
そうだっけ？
Was I?
ほれ、残すなよ。
Here, finish it all. Tapi kalau si Rengge nggak kusogaki gini, ini kusogaki banget, cok.
どうも。
Serika took her glass of juice and gulped it down. Wow.
で
So?
うん？
Hmm?
いや
I
それで
mean, so?
何が？
So what? Come on.
あ、そうか。
Oh, right. So anyway, I figure you would say that since you had an experience that no one else had, that even if it was scary, this was your big chance. Her voice was light as she drank her juice, but her words didn't feel light at all. Something other people hadn't experienced, something different from other people.
たまに頭いいんだか悪いん
Sometimes
だか
I don't know if she's smart or dumb. I stare at Serika's face. How much did she understand about what she was saying?
何？
Nani?
ダメだ
Oh,
よ。
dami na
Akin na
yun.
yun.
You can't have any. Dikirain mo minta minuman niya. She moved the juice away from me. I was wrong. She probably didn't realize anything. Actually, she wasn't even thinking about anything. She really was dumb. Andai.
バイトにんなこ
I
と
don't
言
know
わ
about
れても
hearing
ね
that from a part-timer,
だろ
right?
やる気がないのか
Does
って
he just not give a
ねえよ
damn?
普通に
Well, normally, why would he?
なあ
Hey, did I ever
渋谷
tell
地
you
震の
about
被
the
災者のコメ
comments
ントの話
from the
ってしたこと
Shibuya
あったっ
earthquake
け
victims?
何それ
What do you mean? I was pretty sure I had told her a bunch of times. Well, whatever. Time for a lecture. Natural
地震
dummies.
直後の混乱が収
Remember
まった
how
後
just after the chaos from the earthquake calmed
被
down
災者に対
and
し
a
て
ton
押し
of
かけただろ
reporters started
まだ
asking the
Chaos Child
victims for
症候群者
comments before the term chaos child syndrome exists. Ya kan? Chaos child syndrome yang tadi aku udah jelasin. Of course, I had been in a coma for about a year after the earthquake, so I will probably investigated it after I woke up.
その取材の論調の
Most
多
of
く
the
は
interviews
民度
were
の高
about
さ
what
に
good
耐えるものだった
citizens we were. After that
これだけの震災
huge
にもかかわらず
disaster,
暴動や
there
略
was
奪などの
barely
犯
any
罪がほとん
violence
ど
or
起きていない
looting. They said
これは得
this
難
was
いことなんだ
amazing,
実際そうなんだと思うよ
and I think they were right.
何が今一番
When
辛い
they
ですか
asked
って
the
聞かれた
victims
時
what was the hardest part,
地方の家
most
族に自
people
分の
were
無事を
more
伝えてやれない
concerned
こと
about
とか
other than themselves.
子供に好物を
They
与え
talked
てや
about
れないこ
how
と
they
とか
couldn't contact their families
とにかく
and tell
他
them
人を
they
心
were
配して
safe,
てさ
or how they couldn't give their children their favorite foods.
でも
But
そんな中で
then
一人
one
の被
person
災者が
said
言ったんだよ
something different. I remember what they said word for word. It had left a huge impression on me. Apa tuh?
頑張れ
You, outsider, have some nerve if you are telling us to hang in there. Benar sih.
正直うなず
To
い
be
た
honest, I agreed completely.
心底
They said exactly what I was thinking. I didn't know who they were, but I admired them anyway. Those feelings were the exact opposite of all the excited, fire-up people on the outside.
これを言った人は僕に
I
近
think
い人だ
whoever
ってい
said
う
that
気が
was
するんだ
someone close to me.
ただ一連の出来
Just
事をネ
someone
ッ
who
トで見
just
ていた
saw the
他人とは
whole
違
thing
う
on the internet, not someone
そして
who just happened to be
ただ
caught
被
up in
災
the
しただけの
earthquakes.
人と
タクの
You mean one of your parents?
あ、そういえば
Oh, hey,
復興祭合わせの
the
飲み
guys from the
エニザーの
tennis club
連中も
say
来る
they are
って
coming to drinking party after a festival. Waduh, drinking party. Kamu belum boleh ya, Airi?
マジで
Seriously.
そしたら
Oh,
絶対タ
then
ク
we
飲みじゃ
definitely
無
won't
理
be
じゃ
able
ん
to drink at home. I was different. I was different than the people who just live normal life in Shibuya. I ripped the bandage off my cheek. The wound had closed up. My face was back to normal. I was back to normal. The case was right in front of me. I had a huge mystery to investigate. I wasn't about to just be caught up in something. As a right-sider, it was my job to jump right into the middle of all this information, right? I could feel something like excitement mixed with a sense of duty welling up inside me. I couldn't stop myself from smiling. You might be put in a danger again.
お
Oh?
事件のこと
You mean the case? I nodded. Sarika laughed a little strangely. And then for some reason, she patted me lightly on the shoulder. I didn't know what that meant, but I started to laugh too. Sarika nodded.
よし
Alright,
それならま
let's
ず
start with the
ラブ
love
ホテル
hotel
の事
cast.
件から行こっか
What the fuck? Kenapa jadi Kamu kenapa Airi? Kamu kenapa Airi? Len, apa yang kamu ajarin Len ke Airi Len? Sarika took out her pocket comb. She typed into it with a practiced hand. She seemed to be loading a video file.
なんだそれ
What is this?
これ現場
This?
でタクが撮ってた
This is the
録画デ
video
ー
you took at the
タ警
scene.
察に消さ
I
れる前
uploaded
に
it
ストレージ
to
に
an
上げてお
online
いた
storage site before the police deleted it. Wah. Sempet di backup sama dia. By the time I got back home, the sun had long since set, and it was past 8. Pray for beliau kalian, kenapa tuh? I realized that I would barely eaten anything since arriving at the Love Hotel and suddenly felt very hungry, so I had eaten a meal at last.
そういえば、
Yay.
この間来た
I've
時
been
から
wondering since the last time I came here. Did you change your hot water pot?
前はもっと
It used to be more...
ここ物置にしたんだ。
Oh, you made this into a closet. Serika had followed me home. He started to glance around the room and offer her opinion on the way it was laid out. He would open drawers and be surprised even though there was nothing important inside, or look at new files about the cases and tell me their contents at a glance. He always was a little strange like that. He'll be surprised by the most obvious thing, but sometimes she will show startling insight. And wait,
なんかテンショ
you're
ン
really
高い
excited
な
about something, aren't you? Hehehehe. He laughed another strange laugh.
事件を追うのが楽しいのか
Is it that much fun to try and solve this case? So jadi tersangka utama lo.
というよ
Beliau
り
itu
ただ
mengerikan
やりたいことは行けるところまで行かないと
Testimoni dari
気持ち悪い
Pau-Pau
だ
ya?
け
Pau. Kalian semengerikan itu kan? It's more like it feels wrong to give up on something you want to do until you've really given it your all.
結果はどうあれ
No matter
そ
how
う
it
じゃない
ends
と
up,
意味ないじ
it's
ゃん
only way anything
い
matters.
つ死ぬか
You're
わか
going
んな
to
いんだから
die. You're going to
せっかく今
die
死んでない
someday,
のに
but you aren't dead right now. Yeah, that's true. I see. I thought he was right. Cling. A sound came from my PC. The copy operation was finished. Okay, now
Yes.
delete the original in the
そしたら-
online storage.
なんで
Huh? Why?
物が物
Just
だから
because
な
of what it is.
他の人間
I
に
don't
見
want
られた
anybody
ら
seeing it.
このストレージ
This is my
私が
private
個人的に
storage, so it
使って
should
る
be
やつ
okay.
それでもだ
Even so, I
誰でもア
want
クセス
there
でき
to
る
be
可能
no
性は少
chance
しでも
that
潰してお
someone
き
else
たい
can access it.
そ
Actually,
うだな
delete the one
前
on
の
your
ポケ
Pocket
コンの
Com
やつを
too.
オッケ
Okay.
ートク何してる
Taku,
の
what are you doing? Nah, jujur ini masih nggak paham loh. Scene ini nih, positif negatif tuh. He looked over at me while I was rifled through my
カ
bookcase,
ッコン島を作る
making kankonto.
カッコンと
What kind of food is that?
どこ
Are
の
you
島
serious?
飲み物だよ
It's a
ゲ
herbal
ンさんにも
drink.
らった
Ken gave it
吐
to
き気を
me.
抑える
It
効果が
keeps
あ
you
るんだ
from vomiting.
へえ
Wow,
よく知って
I'm
るね
amazed you know about something like that. Haha,
常識だよ
everyone knows that.
正確には
Specifically the
中に入って
ginger
い
in
る
it.
生姜に
トクこのページ
Is this the page?
履歴がある
It
け
is
ど
in your history. Whoops. I forgot to delete it. That's right. I just confirmed it. You always need to double check your information. Oh, you're right. Sarika looked at and nodded. Look at it. That was close. I had let my guard down because I hadn't thought Sarika was coming over. I made 2 more cups of kakonto and handed one to Seika.
ありがとうゲンさん
Ken's such a nice guy. I like him.
酒癖の
I
悪
wish
さ
he
はどう
wouldn't
に
get
かして
drunk so
ほしい
often though.
でもタクが公園で
But
気
he's
に
your
してる
only
の
real
って
friend
ゲン
here
さん
at the
だけで
park,
しょ
right?
やっぱ
So
り
he really
いい
is a
人だ
good
よ
guy. Is that why? Well, he did help me out a lot.
オッケー
Okay,
削除したよ
it's deleted. Sarika put away her pocket comp. Alright. I put up the laptop next to the wall and sat down in the chair that folded out into bed. As I went to load the video file into the player's software, I happened to glance at its length.
26分
26 minutes?
そんなにあの部屋にいたか
Were we in that room that long? Oh, Sarika said.
違うと思う
I don't think so. Right after you pass out, the police arrived.
すぐに
But I was
警
sick
察が
and
駆けつけて
throwing up. At some point, I grabbed your phone and put it in my pocket.
それで警察
And
に連れ
then
てか
I
れ
was
る
in a
パトカーの
police car. I
中で
realized
スマホ
I
のこ
had
と
it.
に気づいて
So
そこで私が
that
録画ボ
was
タ
it.
ンを止め
Come
た
to
から
think of it, I hadn't asked how it had happened. I'm amazed you had time to upload it to the storage before the police deleted it. Sarika nodded as if she felt the same way.
たまたまだよ。
It was
警
blind
察
luck.
に着いた時に
When we
また
got
気持
the,
ち
I
悪く
got
なっ
sick
ちゃって
again, so I
トイレに
rented the
駆け込んで
bathroom.
そこ
Oh, no, I'm really amazed. I really was. I had passed out in the hotel, and the next thing I knew, I was at the station. Supposedly, I had walked from the patrol car to my room, but my memory wasn't fake. I took a big sip from the cup to choke down the urge to vomit, and slowly let it sink into my stomach. If the recording was successful, then I should see what I had seen then. It had happened 2 days ago, but it had left such a strong impression on me that it didn't felt like that much time had passed at all. I took a deep breath and told myself it was time to do this. I looked over at Sarika. Okay. She nodded back at me and glared at the monitor. Okay. I tried to steady my slightly shaking finger as I clicked the file. Okay. The first thing I noticed was that sound. The peaceful sound of the music box that filled the room from the spinning bed. A dark, gloomy room, a curtain in the back, and a rotating bed behind it. It was that room. The same emotion I had experienced before came flooding back to me through the blurry screen. I could sense my own hesitation from my gasping breath. Sarika grabbed my shoulder at the sudden sound.
大丈夫
It's okay.
確か
That's just
僕
where
が
I made the
床を
floor creak.
うん
Oh yeah,
そっか
I see. The camera was slowly moving toward the back of the room. besok kayak mabarnya. Apa iya, bubub? At some point, my breathing matched the breathing in the record. Bukan bermaksud untuk sombong, waduh. Om Aldo, sombong emang nih orangnya. It scared me, so I pulled away a little and took a deep breath to isolate myself from the person in the video. I heard that sound, the sound of the wire creaking as the bed spun. I could feel the panic coming through the screen. I wasn't sure what to do.
進むぞ
I'm going to keep going. I could tell that Sarika was gulping a little. As I spoke, the camera kept going forward. I could hear Sarika's soft gasp in the video. The police officer and that woman were lying on the floor. I hadn't realized I hadn't realized it at the time, but the glass was scattered all around. Damn. The camera quickly panned without warning. It was that bad. The silhouette behind the curtain was probably that man. The angle was off and wasn't pointing directly at the bed. At that point, I hadn't really been aware of the smartphone. Let's get out of here. Now, I heard a dull thud on the screen and the screen went black. Did you drop it?
多分
Probably. It felt like I had tripped and fallen backwards. The phone had probably fallen from my hand. Was it back because the camera had fallen face down? The door won't open. Sarika's voice sounded like it was a little far away. It was still picking up sound, evidently. I could hear myself trying to open the door and swearing when I failed. That's right, I had been fighting with the door then. And then... Ayah itu knock itu loh. My body shivered as if it had gone numb. This was... I could hear it. Hey, you hear it, right? Yeah, I could hear it. The police said the surveillance camera hadn't shown anyone else coming into the room, but I could hear it. That constant rhythmic knocking. Somehow it made me feel uneasy and scared. Someone had been on the other side of that door, and suddenly the screen moved. What? Taku, we need to get out of here. It was showing the man on the bed. The screen was blurry, but the man was almost exactly in the center of the viewfinder. Had I picked up the smartphone? I couldn't remember. Taku. In the video, I ignored Serika's voice and kept pointing the camera at the man. I could hear my own rough breathing, and I remember how I had felt then. Then suddenly I heard the snap. Okay. The screen moved violently for a second, and then for a moment it showed the girl, and the angle changed again, and it stopped moving. The screen was covered in red blood, but
天井
is that the ceiling? What I was looking at was probably the room ceiling. Since it didn't move at all, this is probably where I had passed out and dropped it. Just like before, the camera was still recording the sound. I could hear Serika vomiting and what sounded like someone falling over. What? Hey, what happened here? Okay, polisi lari ya. They were asking Serika what was going on. She was probably the only one there who was still conscious. Shortly after, the screen went black. Serika had probably put the phone into her pocket just like she had said. I could hear an irritating noise that must have been the sound of the phone scraping the skirt's fabric. The screen stayed black, but it kept picking up the nearby sound. Then at the very end, there was a quick shot of the inside of a patrol car. I realized that at some point, I leaned my body toward the screen. I sat back in my chair. I had known. Okay, but this was still hard. To be honest, I was lucky that the phone was dropped and a lot of it wasn't clearly recorded. I didn't feel as much of an urge to vomit, but I was still sweating from a nasty, unpleasant feeling. I gulped down the last bit of liquid in my cup.
Onoe,
Onoe, are you okay? I asked Serika. And then,
ねえタク
hey Taku,
最後のと
did
こ
you see something weird at the
何
end
か
of the
変な
video?
の映ってなかった
何
What? Weird. The whole thing was weird. Now the second of it was normal.
部屋の奥に進
Once
ん
we
でた
went
ら
further
さ
into the room. Okay. I couldn't tell whether she was thought or simply danced, or maybe just felt like it was nothing but a video. But she advanced through the shocking scene with no hesitation. Apa nih?
ほらここ これ
Here.
これ
Look outside
窓の外
the window. Ada merah-merah ya? I could see the wall of the Love Hotel across. There's something there.
なんだ
What is
これ
this?
虫かな
A bug, maybe. Wait, jangan
こん
lupa
な
minum ya
でかい
teman-teman.
虫がいたらクルスが建物ごと爆破しに来るぞ
If there was a bug in that bag, in it, Kurus would go blow up the whole building. Yang mana sih bugnya? Yang ini. Kursorku kelihatan nggak? Enggak ya? Yang di samping ini, yang samping kordennya ini, yang bulat gitu. She hated bugs.
じゃあいたずら書き
Then maybe some graffiti? Why was her first answer a bug and her...
いや
No, I've seen this
ちょっと待っ
before.
てなんかどっかで
I switched from my player software to my editing software, then blew up the part of the screen. Damn it, I could make it out, but it was so far away that it was blurry. Resolusinya terlalu rendah. See,
虫じゃん
it is a bug.
広げてる
It's spreading the wings. Di mana wingsnya anjir?
違うって
It is not. I've seen it somewhere before.
どっかで見た気が
Yeah. What? I turn around at the loud noise. I have returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was a drunk man with a bottle. Give me a break. Of course, no one was waiting.
もっと静かに入ってきて
Make
よ
less noise when you come in.
おおゲンさん
Oh, again.
前はありがと
Thanks
ね
for your help.
この前
My help?
ラブホテルの事
You
件の
told
こ
me
と
about the
教え
thing
て
that...
くれたじゃん
Oh, did
そうだ
I?
ったか
But it doesn't matter.
まあどうでもい
Something
い
happened.
事
Great.
件かよかったな
Taku wants to be a
タクは
reporter
新聞
after
記者に
all.
なりたいんだからな
I didn't really. Every day I supposedly wanted to be different things. Last time it was a movie director.
要はただい
I
ま
have
帰ったぞ
returned. Hey, listen,
なあタ
Taku.
ク
Look what I've
よく聞け
Look what I've
世が
acquired.
世であるため
So
に
that I may
今日は
remain me.
こんなものを手に
Where
入れ
is
て
it?
きたん
He started
どこだ
patting the pockets, okay? This annoying old man was Gan. He was the elder ruler of this park and the CEO of a company with a 3 billion yen a year salary, and the best friend of my father, Jiro. At least, according to him. My dad's name wasn't even Jiro. He was related to a clan of foreign nobles, so if he ever needed to, he could summon a foreign special forces them to do his bidding. Except last week, his pet had been taken over by a stray dog, and he had...
ねえぞ
It's gone. My most important thing is
一番大事な
gone.
ものもねえじゃねえか
Crap, how am I supposed to
やめろ
piss?
証明できねえ
ちょっとゲ
Hey
ン
Jen, don't take off your
脱がない
pants.
でよ
Jen always loved when he got drunk, and when he got really drunk, he was louder. Today, he wasn't very drunk. I had no idea what he was like when he was sober. I've never seen it happen or heard of it happening. Sometimes or often, actually, at least once a week. He will come by my room drunk, talk for a while, and then leave to search the park for more alcohol.
あった
Ish,
あっ
ish,
たぞ
ish.
嬢ちゃん
Yan kayak gini ya.
ほれ見ろ
I found it. I found it. Missy, look at this. I'm not going to look. Absolutely not. He was obnoxious as hell, to put it mildly, but I couldn't chase him away. Actually, I couldn't complain about him much at all. When I had left the dorm half a year ago, I'll end up in the bottom half of Miyashita Park. Since the upper half kept the rain off, the bottom half was one of the most popular spots. A lot of the reason I was able to get this spot and even get this motorhome was because of Gen.
最低
You're awful. That's disgusting. When I had lived in the dorm, I had done some cooking for the homeless in Miyashita Park as part of our volunteer activities. Gen had remembered that. A nobleman does not forget his debt, was all he said. And then somehow, I had been given this place. Tapi benar sih. He was also the one who taught me how to get by in this place. Oh, right, Taku. Look at this. Want to buy it?
金か
Apa tuh? I ripped the copy of my favorite magazine out of his hand. I quickly glanced over to Serika.
大嫌い
I hate you again. He was mumbling that over and over to herself. I thought she lied him. Good, she didn't see it. I breathed a sigh of relief and hid it someplace nearby.
いくら
How much?
ん
Hmm? Again raised a single finger. Gives one rule, for example. It was the first thing I had learned in the park. The homeless would never ever ask you for money. It was one thing they could never say. Money was either found lying on the ground or earned by working or selling things. It wasn't something other people gave you. I took out a 100 yen coin from my wallet and gave it to him. Again grabbed it and put it okay. Like he didn't really care. Hey, I see that a lot
最
lately.
近よく見んなそれ
He was looking at the PC monitor as he spoke. For a moment, I didn't know what he meant.
お
My eyes met Serika's for just a moment. Apa tuh? The monitor was still displaying that blurry, blown up image. He saw it a
ちょっと
lot.
ケンさん
Hey, Gan.
これ
You know what this is?
野球して
I wanna play some
な
baseball. He was in his own little world. What was this guy's problem? I got closer to him.
ケンさん
Ken,
これ
have you
見たこ
seen
と
this
ある
before?
あ
Huh? I mean, it's
No,
everywhere you look,
ど
like
こ
in
に
front
で
of
も
the
あった
station.
ろよ
Wait,
これ
what's a station again?
駅前って駅
Shibuya
前なんでしょ
Station?
だからほれ
You know, wait, Taku.
つうかタク
It was in the last thing you showed
前
me,
に見
right?
せてくれたやつにも俺
You know,
何年
a
前
few
だっ
years
たか
ago, when you did
おめえが
stakeout in a
カラオケ
karaoke
に張り込んで
box and were the first person to get something or other. That was last weekend actually. And I had been uploading the photos of the crime scene. I had took them from the karaoke box. Gen had come by and seen them. This was it. Oh, Taku, look. It was an image, okay. It was on the 5th floor. I could see the same mark. I switched from the player software, okay, and magnified that part of the image. Oh, ini. Ini yang di awal-awal, guys. Bukan di awal-awal sih, di trailer. Tapi di awal-awal juga sempat ada sih yang muka sumo ya. And then I realized what it was. That's right. I had seen this thing before. And just like Ken said, it was something you could find all over Shibuya. Something that had been there for a long time.
これ
This is the sumo
歴史
wrestle
シールド
sticker. Tapi dia dua muka gitu, guys. As I saw the club room for the first time in 3 days, I was stunned.
いや
Man, I did my best. I've been waiting. I had been waiting all morning to tell Ito the big discovery I had made yesterday. I stayed up almost all night, finding all the information I could on it, and then forced myself to wait until school ended to tell him. I figured that just sending picture to his phone or trying to explain it in words would just confuse him. I wanted to stand in front of the board in the club room, with all the information we had learned so far, pinned up on it, and use the club time to really work through it. But there was nothing there at all. I could only think of one person who would do that.
クルスか
Kurusu.
昨日の帰り際な
When we left yesterday, she said it was too dangerous and that she wasn't going to let you do it. No. Was it because of what happened in the Loft Hotel? In as angry a voice as I called Master, I said,
どうして止めてくれなかっ
Why
たんだ
didn't you
よ
stop her?
だから
I told you I
努力はしたん
tried.
だよ
He told me to shut
黙
up.
りなさい
So
っ
I
て
and I did.
こうなんと
You
か
should
して
have done
さ
something.
無理言う
Don't
な
tell
よ
me to do the
お前ならなんと
impossible.
かできたのか
Could you have done something?
無理言うなよ
Don't tell me to do the MC-nya juga nyerah anjir. Ito shrugged as if to say, see? Just imagining it scared me. Doing something about Kurusu was absolutely impossible. No one in Haki was capable of such a thing. I pointed to the PC on the desk. What about the
データ
data?
は
ハードディスクごと
Just
叩き殺さ
consider
れなかった
yourself
だけ
lucky that she
運が
didn't
良かったん
physically
じゃない
destroy the
か
whole hard disk. So the data was gone too. Ito was probably joking, but if Kurusu thought she needed to do it, she would have.
おのえ
Oh no, what are you printing out?
はいこれ
Here you go. Serika dropped a stack of paper on the desk. I looked down and saw that it was images and articles about the case. It was the one that were uploaded to the newspaper club server.
どうしたん
Where
だ
did you
これ
get this?
状況たるもの
Aren't you always
データの
telling me that a
バックアップを
true
常に
right
取れって
sider needs
タク
to
いつも
make
言って
sure
るじゃん
his stuff
とい
is
うか
backup?
タクだって取
I
ってるで
mean,
しょ
you've got backups too, right? Well, yes, but Serika flipped through the paper.
うーん
For some reason, the image quality drops if I print it off my
サ
Pokecom
ーバーにもう
and
一回上げ
re-upload
直
it
して
to the server.
ちょっと待った
Wait a second. Serika went to stretch a cable from her Pokecom to the PC, but I quickly stopped her.
お画質これでいい
Is this
の
image quality good enough?
そうじゃなくて
That's not
い
it.
や
I
画
mean,
質はこれでいい
the
んだけど
image quality is fine,
サーバーに
but
上げる
I
のは
would
ちょっと
rather you
待って
didn't upload it to the server for a while. I glanced at Ito as I spoke. The newspaper club server could be accessed from any PC in the school as long as you knew the password. Kurusu was spending her time at the student council getting ready for the culture festival, but there was a chance she might look at the server for some reason. Ito nodded in agreement, a serious look on his face. You two are too afraid of
の
Non.
んちゃんのことを
She's
怖がりす
nice,
ぎだよ
right, Hannah?
のんちゃん
Okay.
ほらね
See? See what? Was Kazuki agreeing? She was pounding down on the keyboard and mouse really hard.
そりゃ尾上や
That's
和樹
because
は
she likes you
福本に可愛
too.
がる
渋谷のクレ
That's
ープ屋
right,
台
we visited
一緒に
every
コン
crepe
プリートしたんだよ
stall in Shibuya
のんち
together.
ゃん甘いもの
None
に詳
knows
し
all
いんだ
about sweets. Sarika puffed out her chest, very proud of this information. I didn't care in the slightest.
それにどっちみちのんちゃんには
And either
バレ
way, I
ると
think
思うよ
Non's going to find out. Oh no. That was probably true. Yeah. If we kept following the case as part of our work with the newspaper club, Kurusu was smart enough to catch on.
大丈夫だよ
It's okay. She'll understand once you talk to her. I simulated a variety of situations in my mind. Okay. Kurusu loves sweets. This was something that Serika had said and that I had known about too. So would buying her something she liked from a famous sweets shop be enough to win her Disuap begitu ya. Disuap begitu ya. Would bribery work on someone as prim and proper as the student council president? It was worth a try.
よし
Okay,
わかった
I've got it. Tapi di sini kalian pada suka makanan manis gak sih? Karena ada yang nggak suka loh, actually. Maksudnya nggak suka tuh bukan sampai nggak mau, tapi bukan kayak opsi utamanya. Kan ada yang lebih suka asin, ada yang lebih suka asam. Ito must have been really surprised by my answer because he badly overreacted.
お前はそんなに勇敢な
I
やつだっ
didn't
たか
think you were so brave.
やるときはやるんだよ
Always brave
ただ
when it counts.
サーバーに
Just
上げる
don't
の
put
は待ってく
anything
れ
on the server yet.
慎重期
Aku
待
nggak suka manis kalau habis makan berat. Habis makan berat. Oke. Sini juga ngomong oke lagi.
それからとりあえず今はボードに情報を
We'll
貼り
put the
付けるけれど
information on the board, but when it's done, we'll take it off.
ことは
Things are
簡単じゃない
going
ん
to
だ
get tricky. Karena sekarang makan manis tuh emang tergolong berat gak sih? Oke lagi aja.
それから
And for now,
事件のことに関しては
let's not tell Kurusu about the case. We can keep an eye on things until they calm down, and then bring it up when she's in good mood after eating something sweet.
食べて
Oke. Lucu banget aja.
じゃねえだろ
Aren't you just being a
ただのヘタレ
pussy?
じゃねえか
Waduh. What?
ヘタレじゃない
I'm not being a pussy. I'm choosing the method most likely to succeed. If you call that being pussy,
それをヘタ
the
レというのは
definition of
ヘタレの
pussy.
定義としてはいはいわかった
Right,
わかっ
right,
た
I get
ほら
it.
お
Oh
前
no way.
地図
I'm
貼るか
going
ら
to
そっ
put
ち持っ
up
て
the map. Hold that then. Okay. Oh no, lucu banget. Ito and Serika took out the big map we used for the board.
説得を考えたら
This is the
これが
best way to
一番
pursue
確
her.
実なんだ
He didn't get it at all. There was no way I could pursue if I tried to go after her head on. Kayak makan mie manis atau makan nasi campur tapi manis habis makan nasi dikasih buah manisan kayak coklat es krim dan aku skip. Itu kan yang kamu cerita kan makanan beratnya kan manis. Kalau makanan beratnya asin, tapi nasi campur asin gak sih? Tergantung sih. Ya lauknya manis actually, tapi kan bumbu yang kuah-kuahnya itu asin. Kalau beratnya asin, sesudahnya juga tidak bisa. Ah.
マジな話だけど
Wait,
さ
Miyashiro, let me be serious for a second here. Ditulis sudah lewat 2 jam. Ah, lama ya? He had a very serious tone in his voice as he hung up the top of the map. I have been serious the whole time.
その
Is it
大丈夫
okay
なのか
to keep following the case? I told you, I'll persuade her
いずれ説
eventually.
得する
I'm not being a pussy.
あ
I'm just being
下手じゃないぞ
cautious.
じゃなくて
Cautious. That's not what I'm talking
お
about.
前
You saw something really
よっ
bad,
ぽどの
right?
もん見たんだろ
In
その
the Loft Hotel.
ラ
Serika froze midway through the process of taping down the bottom of the map. So, that was it. I hadn't told Ito anything about the Loft Hotel. I hadn't told him what I had seen or experienced there. I tried my best to give him a cheerful smile.
大丈夫だよ
It's
問題
fine.
ない
No problem. This was too big a scoop not to chase, right? Ito didn't answer. He stared at me as if trying to figure me out. And then he relaxed and laughed a little.
まあ
Well, I figured as
電話の
much
時点
when
で
we
そうじゃないか
talked
とは
on the
思っ
phone.
てたけどな
He was probably talking about the call I had made yesterday. After I had made my discovery, I had called Ito and asked him to find all the information he could about the Loft Hotel case. It had already been 3 days since it had happened. I hadn't been really following it at all, so I will ask Ito to put together what he could find.
はいいいよ
Okay, all set. Serika finished pinning the map on the board. Okay, let's get started. It was a brand new map of Shibuya. We will have to put it up from the scratch again, but now I look at it. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. I had made a huge discovery, which could impact the whole case. It was a good idea to start over from the beginning.
まず6年前の事件と
We'll
日付の
assume
関連
that
性がある
there's
と
a
いう前提で
connection
すよ
between the dates when this incident are happening and the incident 6 years ago. Okay.
つまり今まで起
In
き
the
た
other
3つの
words,
事件
we'll
は
consider
一連
all
の
three
こととして
cases
考
so
える
far as part
目
of the
的や
set.
犯人がいるとしたら
This is
その
regardless
正
of
体はともかくとして
whether someone behind all this or what they might be after.
ああ
Yeah,
3つ
that
続いた以
makes
上は
sense
そうだ
now
ろう
that there have
そうじゃ
been
なかっ
three
たら
incidents.
またその時
If
考
we
えれ
find
ば
that
いい
we are wrong, we can reconsider things then.
よし
Alright,
場所から
let's
行
start
く
with the
か
location. The first case,
Ikkenmyo
don't
no
look at me.
通称
Jinnan
こっちみんなは人難で起こったから
Nih, yang 10 nih.
で
So,
その遺体の画像が
here's the picture of the body. Jinnan. Let's save dulu. Udah ke 7? Jinnan. Ini gak sih?
でその概要
Here's the
が
summary of the case.
ちなみに同じ
By
日
the
付
way,
の
the
6年前の
incident
事
that
件は
occurred 6 years ago on the same day
集団ダイブだ
was
から
group dive. Group dive ini bukan?
で
And
その
here's the
概要
summary
が
of the case. Ya, summary of case-nya nggak bisa dibaca dulu ya?
1件目はこんなもんだ
That's
な
it for the first case. Let's
じ
move
ゃあ
on
2
to
件目に
the
行こ
second.
う
Leaky
通称
noise
音
happened
漏
in
れ店は
Shinsen.
深センで起こったからでその遺体の画像が
Leaky noise ini nggak sih?
で
And here's the
Semua
summary
kayu
of the case. Iya bener cok. Anjir kok gue bisa tahu ya?
同じ日付の6
Padahal
年前
nggak
の事件
tahu
は
insiden-insidennya.
妊娠男だか
The
ら
pregnant man. Pregnant man? Probably this. I don't know.
でその概要が
And here's a summary of the case.
よし
Okay,
じゃあ最後に
finally.
ラブホの事件だ
Love photo.
場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから
Are you
おい
sure?
本当にそうだっ
Did
た
I get it
もう
wrong?
一回考え直してみたら
Why not to think about it again? Yeah, you're
そう
right.
だな
Ya, salah. Salah ya, berarti ya, salah ya.
よし
Alright.
場所から行くか1件目の事件通称こっちみんなはでその遺体の画像が
Anjir, tahu dari mana masalahnya, cowok? Keren bener tadi. No. Backlog. Bukan backlog. Anjir. Kenapa putih tapi? Cobain nih.
でその概要が
Don't look at me. Oh, salah.
同じ日付の6年前の事件は
Harusnya yang ini ya.
集団ダイブだから
Oke. Salah. My bad. Group dive.
でその概要が
Bayang group dive.
1件目はこんなもんだなじゃあ2件目に行こうでその遺体の
Here's
画
the
像が
picture of the body. Yang ini apa? Leaky noise benar. Yang leaky
そ
noise
の
benar.
概要が
Yang leaky noise benar.
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は
Pregnant man.
妊娠男だから
Pregnant man ini bukan?
でその概要がよしじゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ場所は道玄坂のラブ
Salah.
だよ
Oke.
ね
そうかもな
Berarti yang pertama ini dulu ya.
よし場所から行くか1件目の事件でその遺体の画像が
Nih yang pertama ini.
でその概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は
Group dive.
集団ダイブだか
Group
ら
dive kayaknya ini.
でその概要が1件目はこんなもんだな
That's it. Oke.
じゃあ2件目に行こう通称音漏れ炭はでその遺体の画像が
Ini. Leaky noise.
その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから
Ini kah?
でその概要がよしじゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから
いや
No,
こうじゃ
that's
ないだ
not
ろ
right. Anjir, salah lagi.
ち
Yang
ょっと
terakhir
資
kayaknya.
料を見直した方
Yang terakhir salah deh.
ですよねよし場所から行くか1件目の事件通称こっちみでその遺体の画像が
Kan yang pertama ini. Don't look at me.
その概要が
Ya ini yang arm middle of
ちなみに
livestream
同
bener.
じ日付の6年前の事件は
Ini
集団ダイブだからでその概要が
flying blood coming from their head. Nggak sempet kebaca bre.
1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2件目に行こう。通称音漏れ炭は深センでその遺体の画像が
Ini
でその概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は
coba yang ini.
妊娠男だからでその概要がよしじゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。
Salah lagi.
場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから
いやこうじゃない
Salah lagi
ちょっと資
anjir.
料を見直した方がいいんじゃない？
ですよね。
Kamu bisa baca di dokumen. Baca di mana dokumennya?
よし場所から行くか。1件目の事件
Kamu bisa baca di dokumen. Wait. Help. Delusional trigger.
「通称こっちみんなは人難で起こったから」でその遺体の画像が
Permasalahannya aku nggak tahu dokumennya anjir. Kalau ini yang ini udah pasti benar. Dan look at me.
その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだからでその概要が1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2
Apakah
件目に行こ
Baru
う。通称
mulai.
音漏れ炭は深センで起こってその遺体の画像が
Oh, kalau yang ini udah fix.
でその概要が
And here's a summary of the case. Ini benar.
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は
Pregnant man.
妊娠男だから
Pregnant man. Masa ini?
でその概要がよしじゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。
Anime apa ini?
場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから
Chaos Child.
いやこう
Anjir.
ちょっと資料を見直した方
Tuh,
がいいん
disuruh
じゃ
cek
ない？
dokumennya lagi. Cara kita cek
Desunya.
dokumennya gimana?
よし場所から行くか。
Cara kita cek dokumennya lagi gimana anjir?
1件目の事件通称こで
So
その
here's
遺
the
体の画像
picture
が
of the body. Nih, ini yang ini udah fix nih.
でその概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだか
Ada
ら
space diver tuh di sini. Group diver. Group dive.
でその概要が
Apa tuh? Coba aku baca ininya. Case yang di ini lewat YouTube-ku. Bentar. Lewat HP ku post. Kira cepet banget. Soalnya mau baca udah langsung hilang anjir, dokumennya kayak nggak kepak, kayak nggak dikasih tunjuk buat dokumennya. Nah, ini banda. Kita sambil menelaah ya. Dokumennya tentang apa, tulisannya? Apa ngeblur? Okay. Several high school born, both male and female, lying on the ground with blood coming from their heads. Oh, berarti bukan ya? Soalnya kalau yang ini gambarnya cowok semua gak sih? Need skill membaca kelas AI. Oh, yang ini full cowok semua gak sih kelihatannya badannya? Jadi kamu gitu Om Aldo, ngajakin Airi main tapi nggak di-invite Om Aldo. Apa yang ini fix ini?
で、その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから。で、その概要が
Here's the summary. Ah, ini kita baca lagi nih. Ah, loh. Airi bilang nggak di invite sama Om Aldo katanya kemarin. Oke, sabar, zoom in lagi. Early morning, a university student found covered and lying on the ground beneath bridge. That was found. His stomach was abnormal. During autopsy, it was found his stomach has been cut open and a newborn baby placed inside. DNA bla 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 bla. Oh, bukan yang ini, salah. Ada ini. Perutnya dibuka.
よし、じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。場所は道玄坂の
いや、こう
ちょ
っと資料を見直した。
で
Kemungkinan besar berarti urutan yang benar tuh gini ya.
よし、場所から行くか。
Hi Kaldo,
一件目の
really
事件
good. How about you? Really good, coy.
その遺体の画像が
Diriku pun nonton sambil main. Main apa lagi? Main Mobile Legend nih.
その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだから。で、その概要が
Harusnya urutan yang benernya gini ya.
1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2件目に行こう。で、その遺体の画像が
Iya, diajak mabar sama sepupu. Oh. Jadi kau deket ya sama sepupumu ya?
で、その概要がちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから。で、その概要が
Kemungkinan besar ini benar.
よし、じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから。
Yes, benar.
で、概要だけど
Bro. So about the summary. I look at Ito and I could see he was nervous. Was worried, but at the same time, a little excited.
どうした
What's wrong? You okay?
いや
Yeah,
そうだな
first, can you show me
まずは
what you
伊
put
藤がま
together?
とめてき
I
たのを
want
見
to
せてくれ
know
るか
what the public
世
knows
間では
about
どうい
it
う認
as of
識
the
にな
name
ってい
they
るの
gave
かを
it.
知りたい
わかった。ちょっと待ってな。
Just give me a second. Ito got out his own pocket com and started to fiddle with it. He linked to the printer over the network and print out his files. Wait,
やっぱサーバーには上げ
you're
ないん
not
じゃんか
upping them to the server after all, are you?
当たり前だ。
Of course
殴
not.
られるのは
I
嫌だ。
don't want to get punched. Ngeri betul di
だ
punch.
から怖がりすぎだ
I
ってば
told you, you are too scared of her. Just bontot deket sama yang lain kan? Gak tahu, kamu bontot kah? Ask him the printout that Ito made for me. After all the cases we will research together, he knew how to summarize information into a single page like a pro. Ito read from his own printout.
名前が発表されたのは
The
昨
name
日
was
の夜だ。
announced last
死
night.
んだの
The
は
victim was Hinori Kakita,
22
a 22 years old
渋谷
resident of
在住で
Shibuya.
更新で
He
アル
had
バ
a
イトしていた
part-time
らしい。
job at Koshin.
更新
Koshin?
なんで知らないんだ
Iya, 2 tahun yang
景気のいい
出たんだ
ベンチャー
は
企業だよ
maksudnya Airi. Oh, maksudnya sekarang udah ada yang baru. Udah ada yang lebih kecil ya. Ada bayi baru lahir berarti ya. How can you not know about them? They're a huge successful venture capital firm. They have been making a lot of money lately off of the Shibuya reconstruction.
渋谷ニュースの情報通り、20代の
Just
男
like
性だ。
Shibuya News said, he was a male in his 20s.
さすが
Nice,
そこ
so
は
you
チェック
checked
してる
there.
よ
That was about the only thing I could do. Ito said as he nodded. Gak tahu ya kalau aku ya.
20
Jujur
代
tidak
って
tahu
言
karena
及
saya
した
bukan
のは
yang
事件のあった日のネトラジ放送だぞ。
malah
ま
saya
だその段階ではどの媒体も男性の変死体が発見されたとしか発表してなかったのに。
kalau yang di perlaki-lakian saya yang paling pertama ya. Wait, she said he was in his 20s the night it happened. At that point, the only official announcement was that a man's body had been found.
ったく、どうやって調べて
Where
る
does
ん
she
だか。
find this stuff? I couldn't agree more. How did Kay do her research?
死因は首
The
吊りに
cause
よ
of
る窒
death
息死。
was strangulation
地
due
上の
to
もつれからの
hanging.
自殺
They
と断定
decided
され
it
た。
was a suicide after a romantic quarrel.
Eh?
Huh? A suicide over a fight with a lover.
自殺と
It
断定
was
された。
ruled to be suicide yang kemarin.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why the cops
警察は
said.
そう発表
That's what the
した。
cops said.
あ
The
と
only
出
other
ている情報といえ
information they
ば
came out with
まあ
was
死んだ柿田が
that
優秀
he
だった
was
って
pretty
ことく
good
らい
at his
か。
job. He made
出来高
a
のアルバイト
surprising
で
amount
驚く
of
ほど稼いでいたらしい。
a commission sales job.
地上のもつれって
So
そ
who
の相手は
will he get in a fight with?
あいや
I mean, if he had a fight with his
交際
girlfriend,
していた相手が
that
いた
means
はず
he
だ
had
ろ
girlfriend, right?
あ
Oh,
あ、
I
なる
see.
ほどな。
Ito looked through a bunch of files in his
Yeah.
pocket com.
それに
No,
関
I
して
don't
は
have
何も
anything
ない。
on that.
目撃者は
Kalau yang paling tua biasanya selalu juga tuan rumah gak sih kalau ada acara? Apa iya? What about witnesses?
発見したのは
The
ホテル
hotel
の
staff
従業
were
員
the
だ。
one that
それ
found
以外に
him,
は何も。
but nothing else
も
was
ちろ
safe,
ん
of
お前らのこ
course.
とも出てない。
There was nothing about you two either. But ini mana klik-klik dong ya? Iya, karena itu ini genrenya namanya visual novel Om Aldo. Kayak kita baca novel aja dan visual. Cuman kadang ada mainannya kayak tadi itu mainannya hitungannya salah satunya. What was going on? So they hadn't said anything about the other girl at the scene. Iya, iya maaf ya gameku cuman klik-klik, baca-baca doang. Maaf. Aku, Sarika was staring at me, confused. She was probably thinking the same thing. I could understand why there wasn't any information about us. Oke sih, emang actually aku cukup suka story sih. Meskipun nanti PC Specku dewa masih stream game ginian sih. The police had said there wouldn't be, and to be honest, we were just gawkers. There was no real point in telling anyone we were there. But that girl clearly seemed to be involved in the case. If they said he got into a fight with his girlfriend, then it didn't make sense not to report a girl who was there.
未成年による配慮
Was it because she was a minor? Ketawa lagi si Bub. I wasn't sure, but she had looked young. She definitely wasn't older than 19. No, even then, they would say something. Whenever there was a problem with someone dating underage girl. Underage girl, eh? They never reported the girl's name, but they always reported her existence.
どうした？
What's wrong?
説明する
I'll explain. Coba-coba duduk 70 jam main game cuma pencet-pencet. Iya. I pinned up the information that Ito had given me.
ラブホの事件
The
の
picture of the body of the love hotel is ini.
これは
What is this?
ラブホの現
A
場で撮っ
picture
た
I
画像
took at the
だ
love hotel. Yang pojok kiri avatar. Ini karakterku, Cok. Ini karakterku, Amaldo. Ini gara-gara requestan si Bubub, anjir. Udah gerak-gerak, udah lama, anjir. Udah lama, Cok. Gerak-gerak udah lama, anjir. Udah lama banget. Udah mau setahun, anjir. Udah 11 bulan. Gak dipakai aja. A picture paling pas toga kan ada. Orang-orang sampai lupa, buset. A picture I took at the Love Hotel. Huh? You took pictures. Ito almost jumped on me in shock. I nodded.
正確には
More specifically, I took a frame from the video I recorded and printed it out.
警察に
Onway
消される前
uploaded
に
it to her private storage before the police could delete it.
マジかよ
Seriously. Oh wow. That means that nobody has
どこにも出
this
てねえぞ
but us. Ito put his face up to the picture in excitement, sorry.
なんだ
What? He hung himself sitting down?
首を
Is this a
な
wire?
んかこれ
He mumbled to himself. Kalau tekan E apa yang terjadi? Skip ceritanya. Langsung boss fight. Nggak ada boss fight di sini, Waldo, anjir. Ini visual novel, anjir. Mana ada boss fight, cok. And he stared at it, trying to memorize every last detail.
なんだよこれ
What is this?
おい
What the hell
一体何があっ
happened
たん
here?
だ
As I listened to Ito speak excitedly, I looked toward Serika. I wasn't sure why I was looking at her. But she nodded as if she understood. I nodded back. The police had told us not to tell anyone, but I didn't care. I slowly started to explain what had happened to Ito. How we had made it into the hotel undetected. How the room we had seen from the outside was where we had found the body. And how we had gone inside and found the police officer lying on the floor. How the body in the photo was sitting on a spinning bed and slowly rotating. How there had been another girl there, and how someone had tried to enter the room, but I didn't tell him how the door had unlocked itself. The police had told me I had imagined it, and made me realize I have no proof. Between my curiosity and my fear, I had been a mess at the time anyway, and more than anything, without any kind of proof, I wasn't sure it had happened at all. Tuh, Om Aldo, kalau besok masih nggak main sama tuh orang, tandain Om Aldo. Itu artinya orang sombong ya. When I finished, Ito's first question were the same as mine had been. So there was a girl at the scene, and someone tried to come into the room. The girl was real, but they couldn't find any evidence of someone trying to come into the room, could they? That was right. That was what the police had told me. I heard the knocking, and I have the sound on my video. It's the sound, right? That doesn't prove that someone was on the other side of the door knocking. No, I mean logically you are right. But I'm sure someone was on the other. Ito cut me off, clearly irritated. Logically, I'm right. You are the one who is always telling me that logical is the only thing that matters, idiot. Don't call me an idiot. I just prefer to cover all my bases. Let's start with what we know for sure, right? Sorry. He could only say that because he hadn't heard it in person. That strange, eerie sound which hung in the depth of your ears. But that was true. I guess he's right, yeah. I hadn't seen for myself someone trying to enter the room. Maybe he took my silence as agreement. So about this woman who was there. Oh, that's why you were asking about his girlfriend. She was more a girl than a woman. A girl? I think she was probably around my age. I don't think she was older. She was the same age, or a year or two younger. Maybe? Maybe. I wasn't sure, but if Serika said so, he's probably right. Serika never had any evidence or proof for her statement, but she was often correct. But there was nothing about her in the news, was there? I looked back at Ito to check. Yeah, I checked everything from Gossip magazine to the official newspaper announcement. I even took a look at the aggregator wiki, but there was nothing like that. Which means we'll have to look for her ourselves, I guess. I flipped through the remaining papers. Any other clues? There was something I noticed when I was going back through the footage. This one is nice and logical. I've got real proof after all. You're a pretty little man, aren't you? Say what you like. It was finally time to tell Ito what I had found. Where is that image I made yesterday that had a nice picture of the sticker? Do you know what this is? Look at the picture for a moment, uncertain. I've seen that before. Where was it? Okay. Yeah, that's sumo wrestle sticker, right? Yep, that's what they called it, or sumo sticker for short. No one knows who is putting them up or why. There are a lot of theories about where they came from, but the first time they really showed up on the net was in 2007. At one point, they were famous enough that the TV station were reporting on them, but after the 2009 Shibuya quake, everyone stopped talking about them. The city where the sticker were going up had been destroyed. People had bigger things to talk about. But starting sometime last year, they had started to appear in Shibuya again. A lot of different rumor about what they are, of course. Some people say they are just a prank. Others say they are some kind of tagging, or a spiritual barrier, or of some sort. One of the stranger ones is a theory that it's actually a sumo wrestler putting up sticker of his own face. But I don't think that's right. They call this thing sumo wrestler sticker, but that's just because the man in them has a fat face. There's no actual proof that they model after a sumo wrestler. Hold it for a second. Ito cut me off just as I was getting started. Come on, man. It was just about to get good.
いや、それが
Who
何だっつ
cares?
うんだ
Do the sticker have
そのシー
anything
ル
to
と
do with the case?
わからない。
I don't know.
まだわからないん
I
だ。
still don't know, but
でもな。こっちみんなの
the
現場
sticker
付近にあっ
placed
た
near the
歴史シー
scene
ルは
of Don't Look at Me was... Don't look at me. Ini gak sih? No, that's not right. Oh, berarti yang kiri.
こっちみんなの現場付近にあった歴史シールはこれ
This is a blown up version of the picture I show you from the Don't Look at Me. It's the wall outside the karaoke place I went on. Oh yeah,
歴
yeah.
史シール
Is that a sumo sticker?
Mm.
Yeah,
多
it
少
was.
ぼやけてる
It's
け
a
ど
little blurry, but I'm sure of it. Wait, you're not telling me.
ああラブホの
This
現場
one
にもあ
near
っ
the
たんだ
love
よ
hotel too. Placed at a spot where it could see the crime scene.
じゃあ、あ
Then
れか
what about the leaky noise?
いやそれ
Oh,
は
I
まだ
don't know
わから
about
ない
that yet. I looked yesterday, but I couldn't find
昨日調べたんだけど
anything at the scene of the
少なくとも
incident.
今
But
まで撮った現場周りの画像に2つ続いた偶然
we
にかけ
just
てみる
learned
の
that
は
if
あり
something
だって
happened twice, it's
今
worth
回
betting
証明さ
on,
れただろ
right? Ito fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. Ah, I was hoping he'd be a little more surprised. He would be a little surprised. But I guess that's the best I could expect. Or maybe there was too much new information coming in at once for him to keep up. Iya sih, langsung tadadadadar banyak.
ちなみに
By the way,
ラブ
the
ホテルの事
incident
件
that
と同じ日付の6年前の事件は
was crucified in it,
貼り付けたか
crucified.
らでそ
And
の
here's the
概要
summary
が
of the case. For now, the dates match, but the actual cases don't seem to have much to do with what happened 6 years ago. Tapi ini ngebentuk kotak gini aja.
集団ダイブと同じ日付のこっちみんなは被害者
Don't
は
look at
一人だ
me
し
happened on the
そ
same
れもま
day.
だ自殺と決まっているわけではないし
Same day as the group died, but there was only one victim, and we don't know for sure that it was a suicide.
妊娠男
The
と同じ
pregnant
日
man
付の
happened on the
乙女
same
探
day as the
は
leaky
腹部に
noise,
異物を
but
埋め込んだっていう
while
点
both
は
of them
一緒だけど
involved something stuffed into the
そもそも被
stomach,
害
the
者は女性
victim in
だ
latter was a girl.
貼り付けとラブホの事件は
I don't see
目
anything
立
in
った共通
common.
点は見つからないだから
So
他に
since
事
we
件を
can't
追う
find
必
any
要がない
other
以
way
上
to proceed with the case, I think we should try seeing. Okay, sumo sticker, but maybe I was overthinking. I was overthinking this, but there was no telling what else would be related to the case. Benar-benar menjadi detektif yoi. Just in case, I decided to put up the data on the other new generation incident from 6 years ago, October 10. Empirer. Okay. Brain dead. Ya itu kayak si bubuk brain dead. Yummy hand. The key and puzzle. Yeah, that should do it. I looked at the board and nodded in satisfaction.
現状の情報の整理は
That's
こんなもの
about
か
all we know for now. Ketawa dia.
飲む人
Who wants coffee? Mimi, aku mau kopi. Apalagi bikinan nama Onoe. As I finished going over the information, Serika got some cups ready. Oh no. Kazuki, who had been ignoring the conversation until now, suddenly stood up. Oh, nggak terima dia. Ada orang yang bikin kopi. He grabbed the cups from Serika with a speed you will never believe she possessed.
いい
It's
よ
fine,
アナちゃ
Hannah.
ん
You always make us
いつも
stuff to
お茶組
drink, right?
うん
Nggak mau dia. Kazuki shook her head rapidly from left to right, and then motioned for Serika to good work.
おの
Oh no, it's fine. She's being nice enough to make it for us. I practically forced Serika to sit down in her chair.
ー
What? But no, there was no way I was letting Serika do any kind of cooking. How bad was she? She's so bad that I couldn't let her make. Parah. He was so bad. He once asked me what kind of dish I used to wash. I breathed a sigh of relief as she reluctantly sat down. Even Kazuki was relieved enough that you could actually tell what she was feeling for once. She started to make the coffee. I turned around to see if Ito needed any. He was still thinking. I must have been thinking hard. He didn't even seem to notice that Sarikawa was making coffee, which normally would have been cause for panic. I decided for now to put the coffee that Kazuki had made in front of him. He seemed to understand the situation and stretched out his hand. Hey, you still got that footage of the hotel room, right? Tapi ini bedanya sama yang Steingate itu ya, apa namanya? Airi, bedanya ini ada crime scene yang kayak misterius aja. Kalau Steingate itu kan di awal dia udah benar-benar lebih ke eksperimen pendaknya kan ya. Dan habis itu ada sosok apa sih namanya? Komplotan si Stern yang agak bertentangan dengan mereka gitu. Kalau ini kan lebih ke kayak bocah-bocah beda ya. Bener halah kayak nonton aja kamu om. Ito glared at my pocket comb for a moment and then turned towards me. Let me see it. I wasn't sure what to do. He must have been able to sense my uncertainty. Sudahlah tidur loh. Kamu tidur, besok aku nggak stream loh. Nanti kamu kangen loh, kayak si Senpapi. Did the cops tell you not to tell anyone what happened? Yeah, but no, that's not the issue. I've already told you what happened. For one thing, it's more like, I don't know if you see this. In a TV show or a movie, this is where the hero will say, there's no going back. Undergoing a shocking event changed the way you felt. Ya sih, kalau dilihat Steingate langsung ke eksperimennya. Kalau ini lebih ke bahas kasus awal ya, betul. Tapi itu di anime. Di anime tuh lebih ngeras. Airi. Kalau di VN itu lebih dibikin panjang. Kalau di visual novel. Katanya sih gitu ya. Buktinya tuh di Danganronpa aku main dan nonton anime ya. Kalau di anime cepet banget, kayak satu case satu episode. Sedangkan di VN itu panjang banget. Kita mesti kelilingin semuanya dulu. Abis itu nanti ada ini itunya. Abis itu kita mesti nebak juga kan. Kalau di anime kan seolah-olah MC-nya, aku sudah tahu siapa pelakunya, kamu kan. Nah, yes. Tidur besok kerja biar gak lama sapa. Iya Senpapi. Atau bisa dibilang pemicu atau tanda-tanda. Mungkin ya. Bukan pemicu sih. Kalau pemicu kan si gempanya kurang lebih ya. Lebih ke nelusurin gempanya nih ngakibatinnya apa gitu. Di real life lebih parah. Kenapa? Danganronpa gamenya buka-buka lantai gitu. Iya, buka semuanya kayak lemarinya kau cekin, ini itunya kau cekin. Terus nanti kau ajak ngobrol orang-orangnya. Lebih interaktif dan ada gameplaynya ketimbang ini ya. Kalau ngomongin visual novel sama visual novel, nanti kamu bisa jalan pakai WASD itu. Oh nggak turu Eri, bukannya besok mulai sekolah kan kamu? It's like when I had learned about my parents. It's a go. Let me see it. Ito saw that I was hesitating and cut me off. You saw it in person, right? I want to see it too. Jangan guys, loh. It didn't seem like he was going to change his mind.
わかった
Okay.
じゃあ
Alright, let's look at it
見ようよ
on the computer
大きい方
monitor.
が見やす
It
い
will
で
be
しょ
easier to see on the bigger screen, right? Sarika, the only person who didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation, spoke up. Or maybe he just didn't think it was important. Udah tidur setengah perjalanan tadi 6 jam, tapi tetap aja masa mau lanjut langsung ke sekolah nanti gila cok, kau gimana nanti mukamu di sekolah? He has to see it. He's a club member, right?
だな。
Ito smiled as if he will relax a little. Aduh, harapanku sih itu kali nganggur. Apa iya? Apa iya? Pasti nanti kamu bosen bro. Believe me.
Yosh.
Begadang aja Ri.
Ya,
Terus
iji
aku
teknik
begadang
desu
terus kok.
topo
Oh gitu
kopi
Om Aldo. Tapi
Ya,
emang kamu
benar,
begadang
terus
terus Om Aldo pas zaman sekolah? Kalau aku juga sih. Tapi aku tetap tidur. Minimal 3 jam lah. 2 jam lah. Minimal 2 jam lah. Habis itu lanjut sekolah, aktivitas lain gitu-gitu. What the fuck karakterku? Okay, we can copy it to the desktop for now. I'll shut down this browser. Ayo, sudah biasa bisa. Aku nggak pernah sih. Aku nggak pernah sih akhirnya. Sesat live chat ini bejir emang. Aku nggak pernah tidur di kelas ya akhirnya.
Oh,
Aldo menyesatkan emang.
おい
Pokoknya yang namanya Aldo, yang namanya Galen itu menyesatkan di sini. Hati-hati ya.
やば
Ya
い。
gak pau.
おい。
Padahal nggak tahu ada pau apa nggak. Benar tidur di kelas? Enggak sih, aku nggak tidur di kelas. Ito pointed to the monitor, his voice shaking. Sarika and I hurried behind him to see what he was looking at. Tidur kita balas nilainya di UAS. Emang iya? Emang iya? Justru aku malah paling seneng UAS. Bubub. UAS UTS itu adalah momen kesenanganku pas dari zaman sekolah SD, SMP, SMA. Kenapa? Kau masuk sekolah lebih cepat daripada sekolah pada normalnya, dan kamu cuman ngerjain ulangan yang udah pernah kamu kurang lebih kerjain di beberapa bulan sebelumnya, yaitu ulangan bulanannya. Jadi ya sebenarnya review lagi gitu. Kalau nggak bisa ya udah nggak bisa, fucked up lah. Udah ya belajar lagi biar bisa ya gitu. Tapi maksudnya aku nggak yang gitu sih. Aku lebih ke yang ini materinya kurang lebih bisa gitu. Ya udah lebih enak. Waktu luangku lebih banyak. Tidur kelas itu salah satu kurikulum loh. Emang iya Om Aldo. Jadi di sini siapa yang suka tidur di kelas? Coba di sini sistem SKS ya, betul saya. Kebetulan besok MTK wajib, ngantuk loh. MTK wajib asik sih. Cuman aku lebih ke MTK minat.
何この動
What is
画
this video?
わかんね
I don't
え。
know.
今
It
い
just
きなり
showed
ま
up
とめウィキに貼ら
on
れた。
the aggregator wiki. The curtain opened and the man appeared. There was no mistaking it. It was that room in the Love Hotel. The man must have been Kakita. I couldn't see her face, but was that a girl? It had to be. Her clothing matched what I remember.
おい。
Oi, what the
Oi.
hell? Kakita? The bed spun around and the wire dug into Kakita's neck. There was no sound in the video. Cuma Kak Vigo kayaknya SKS. Aku SKS bro, sistem kebut semalam. I could hear the sound of the wire and the music box in my mind. Apa itu teori nyicil cok? Gak ada ya Tir. Kakita's face took on a color. Valid MTK minat sama fisika asik. Kisahnya ngantuk. Oh, fisika ya kamu ya? Aku lebih ke kimia bio sih. Fisika mungkin karena pengaruh gurunya juga mungkin. Kakita's face took on a color very similar to what I would see in a person. I had seen, sorry. And the footage ended. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? Hey, Miyashiro! I almost jumped off the ground. Huh? Sorry. What the hell is this? Did you make this video? Real, SKS itu dapat nilai bagus, materi besoknya langsung lupa. Thank you, short-term memory. Ito yelled at me hysterically. I quickly shook my head. Of course not. I was inside the room. And what the hell is that? I don't know. How would I? Won't I vomit? Sarikawa's hand suddenly stretched out. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, enggak. Stop it. Calm down. Taku, Shinchan, no fighting. He grabbed us both by the cheek and pinched hard. Iya, aku mau juga dong dicubit sama Onoe. That's really hurt. Did you calm down? No more yelling, no more fighting. Iya, maaf. This is really painful. Please stop. Ito and I nodded, and Sarikawa let go. Ooh, what was that? Emang enggak. Because you two were yelling. But you can't just... Ito rubbed his cheek and gave Sarikawa an angry glare. You must have grabbed him really hard, because I could see a red mark forming in the shape of her hand. Kasian, apa cok? Did that mean I had one of those too? SKS dapat nilai bagus coy, real, emang iya? Lumayan. No fighting, you two look like you were about to start hitting each other, you know? Sarika repeated. He didn't seem to think she would done anything wrong at all. No, maybe she hadn't. Keluar kelas langsung teler lah. Masa langsung teler? Karena semalam gak tidur malah ngapa? Seriusan kamu kayak gitu bubuk pas sekolah? Aku enggak sih. Aku SKS-nya cuma sejam 2 jam udah. Itu pun kayak di jam 8 atau 9. Oh sudah, sesukaku lagi kayak lanjut main Dota. Buka YouTube. Sekolah untuk hafalan unik, waduh. Kamu SMA IPA gak, Eri? Ambil IPA gak kamu? Siapa di sini yang tim IPA? Kazuki gave Sarika a thumbs up. Yep. Sarika gave her a satisfied thumbs up in return. I didn't get it. You know, you're going to be the kind of mom who says hitting is wrong as she beats up her kid. Aku tim ABCD. Tim ABCD apa tuh? Ito's word impressed me. It was one of the most accurate prediction I had heard in years. Sarika frowned and said that she had never do that. Tim IPA, yoi, IPA bro, IPA gengs. So anyway, what is this? He pointed to the monitor. He didn't seem to be too bothered by it. She must have been used to seeing gory videos because she looked pretty calm. I rub my cheek as I look on. This is being filmed from outside, right? It's definitely the room you were in. I nodded, a little uncertain. I think I'm pretty sure that the body was like that too. Hey, what is this? Hey, shouldn't we save that file? Yeah, you're right. Then, kok gua kagak dapat skin Yun Sanshin-nya ya? Yisun Shin. Yun Sanshin apa lagi? Aku nggak tahu. There's no telling that it will be deleted. That was enough to bring Ito back to his sense. He saved the file to the PC with a slightly more unsteady hand than usual. Kazuki was still playing her game, but the rest of us stared at the download bar as it filled up little by little. Skin apaan? Aku nggak tahu apa-apa. Login buat main doang. Kudu diklaim dulu, bukannya auto. Waduh, nggak paham dah. Udah tuh kalian besok main tuh Airi Om Aldo, Senpapi, sama Abang Telur main bareng tuh. Ala Pretusen. Emang ya, nggak tahu sih. Orang sombong susah Om Aldo. And when it finished, and the file was saved,
単にいたずらとかじゃん。
this wasn't just somebody playing a prank, right? Sarika knew better than anyone else that it was no such thing, but she asked anyway. I nodded firmly. Dark system apa sih? Dari kemarin lewat terus dark system. Kamu juga sempat mention dark system kayaknya sebelumnya. Who took this? Wait, who posted it? Ito frowned. I'm not hacker. All we amateurs could figure out is the best the IP address, right? There's no way we could use that to track them. Beban di tim, oh kayak kamu gitu ya. You're right. Sometimes the media will say that police use an IP address to track down a criminal address, but strictly speaking, that wasn't quite right. Ya aku carry guys. Di-carry banget nih sama Maldo ya. Under some special circumstances, like a customer paying for a static address, it was possible, but most of the time, you couldn't track down an individual PC from an IP address. And even if you could, the most you could track down was a PC, not a person. Several years ago, this had led to a very famous false arrest case. What the heck were we supposed to do now? I scratched my head, confused. Oi. While we are at it, let's look at the other one. Huh. The video you took at the Love Hotel, I already saw the last one. I don't think anything could bother me now. Ito sounded like he was having a hard time believing what he had seen was real. He had already copied the file of the Pokécom and gone to open it. He probably was just overwhelmed. I know that was how I have been. I took it up close, so it's pretty brutal. I gave him a warning and he responded with a firm nod. He clicked on the file. Rank ko rendah sih. Loh.
しんちゃん、本当に？
Apalagi rank mereka. Shin, are you sure? Yeah, probably. I think she was a humanities student. Ito was moving at a quick pace. His expression was serious, but he was having trouble hiding his excitement. Is that really possible? Come on, it's true, man. We were following Ito down the hallway quickly. After seeing the video of the room at the Love Hotel, he had said, I know this girl. He had said that he knew the girl who had been in the room with us. That couldn't be true. Erika and I had insisted he was mistaken, but Ito wouldn't listen. I saw her at the club leaders meeting, I think. Huh? Minimal badak lah Bang Airi. Aku masih legend juga though. Even if he was right. The club leaders meeting was where all the leaders of the school clubs and teams got together. If she was there, did that mean she was a leader in some club? I asked Ito, but he just smirked a little. We don't know that. Our president at the newspaper club is terrible at talking to a group of people, and our vice president was in charge of meeting itself. I had to go even though I'm just an ordinary member. Maybe there's someplace else like that. I'm not terrible at it. I didn't like it. It made me nervous. Being in front of all those people I'm in. And everybody knows those meetings was never actually lead to anything productive. If you made a movie out of one of them, no one would go see it. Ya udah GM kok. Tuh. Badak bukannya epic ya? Forget it. And anyway, where are you going? Here. Ito suddenly stopped. It was the student council room on the 6th floor on the annex building. Why? They've got pictures of all the club members here. It will be faster than searching the whole school, right? Wait a second. I pulled Ito away from the door. You idiot. What if Kurusu is here? Ito gave it a little moan. If that happens, you just try to fool her somehow. If I was even remotely capable of that, we wouldn't meet.
入ります。
Excuse me. Ono ignored us and completely walked right into the room. Damn, now what? We had just have to pray he wasn't here. Yes, she wasn't here. Lah. Eh? Our eyes met, and I suddenly forgot how to breathe. Why? It was that girl. What was she doing here?
タクル？
Takuru?
あなたたちも
What brings you three
ど
here?
うしたの全員で。
Huh?
いや
Oh no. Bentar guys, bentar. Bentar guys, bentar. Kocak kepencet. sorry. Ini mabar, ini serius mabar kah? Diriku sudah berharap di carry loh. Oh my god. Di carry? Gak bisa serem Bang Eri Legend sama GM. Kalau jadi ku naikin, iya tidak. Buset, gas naikin. The woman? No. The girl? Stare at us suspiciously. And then for the first time, she realized that I couldn't take my eyes off her.
ん？
What's wrong with you
何ほ
people?
けてるの？
あ
The words wouldn't come out. What do I say? Why was she here? Why was she acting so normal?
のんちゃん。
Non, do you know her? Sarika motioned towards the girl. Hmm? Yeah, she's Hinai Arimura,
2年
a
生
second
で
year who
文
leads
芸部
the
部長の
literature
有
club.
どうもです。
Oh, hello. Kenapa karaktermu tantrum sampai lah kepencet lagi anjir. Sorry. Hello. The girl bowed to us. Why are you
先輩
bold?
お友達ですか？
Kepencet. Are you friends of Kurusus?
ええ。
Yes.
そっ
That's
ちが
Shinji
新聞
Ito
部
and
部員で
Serika
3
Aonoi.
年の伊藤
He's in
真
third
二
year
君。
and she is
同
in
じく
second
部員
year.
で2年の尾上
They're
セリ
both
カ。
in the newspaper club.
で、そ
And
れ
that's
が部長で
Takuru
3年の
Miyashiro,
宮代拓。
the
身の程を知ら
the
ない
club
私の風
president,
景。
my little brother, and a boy who doesn't know his place. Kururu's eyes narrow as she glared at me. Hey, santai Kururu. Jangan gitu
弟
dong.
さ
He's
ん
young,
ですか？
your brother, but your
で
last
も
name.
名字が養護施設の
From
ね。
an orphanage, you see?
へえ。
Yes, your
血が
sibling,
繋が
but
って
not
ない
actually
兄弟。
related. Sounds kind of
なんか
naughty,
やらし
doesn't
い
it?
ですね。
Waduh, kenapa sounds kind of naughty? Kamu yang benar aja, Harimura. Please don't act like this is some kind of novel. Still, doesn't it seem kind of naughty? She asked with a wink. What? Why? What are you doing here? I wiped my sweaty hands on my pants and tried to ignore my pounding heart.
何してるんです
Mari tuker aja sekarang kami ke Kolanda ghosting saya biar bisa teror tuh. Ayo lo bubub, ayo lo. Bagus biar diteror 2 orang ya. What are you doing?
いや
Damn it. Get the words out.
タクル
Takuru? Serika seemed to understand what I was trying to say and finished my sentence for me.
有村さんは
What are you doing
何しに
here, Arimura?
クルス先輩に
I was
文化祭
talking
の
to
ことで
Kurusu
話
about
があったん
culture
だよ
festival.
てか
Oh, okay.
ま
Hmm?
あいっかじゃあ
Well,
私はこれ
whatever.
で
I'll be
クル
going.
ス先輩
I guess sorry,
すいませんでした
Kurusu-senpai. Kurusu waved a hand and told her not to worry.
事情があるなら
You
仕方
can,
ないで
if
し
you
ょう
can't do it, you can't.
文芸部
I'll
は
tell
文化
the
祭に参
teachers
加できないと
that
話は
the
通しておくから
literature club won't be
でも
participating. Okay. Yes?
どうしても
You're absolutely
事情
sure you
は
can't
言え
tell
ない
me
のね
what's going on, right?
痛いけな乙女の秘密と
We
いう
girls have
こ
our
とで
secret, you know?
了
Alright.
解
But I won't be
でも
able to help
来
you
年はフォ
next
ロー
year,
できな
okay?
いからね
Right.
ありがとうございました
Bye-bye. The girl put her back on her shoulder and bowed to us and went to leave.
あ
Well, wait. I still haven't asked you about the things I needed to. Her name, it was
あ
Arimura.
有村さん
My voice was loud enough that I made her jump a little. What?
びっくりした
That scared me. You've got a lot
いい
of
ですね
energy.
ごめんなさい
Oh, sorry. Hmm?
いえ
No, it's
別
fine.
に
What is it?
大声す
I'm
い
sorry,
ま
I
せ
was
んで
so
した
loud. I mean, no,
いやじ
listen.
ゃなくてですね
Damn it. This was always what happened the first time I told to someone. What shall I ask? Anjir, dia
その
in the hotel.
ホテル
The hotel.
し
What are
て
you
たん
doing in
です
that
か
hotel? A moment. It
Ah,
felt like her body
ano,
before this
hotel de.
moment.
有村さん
Harimura-san. I could see Kurusu from in the corner of the eye. She was looking at me. Her expression hadn't changed. But for some reason, it felt like she was looking me over. An awkward silence ensued as we waited for her to answer.
あなただったんですか
They were the
部屋に入
Hakiko
ったってい
student who
う
came
うち
into
の
the
生徒
room.
は
Her tone of voice was perfectly normal. There was no surprise or anger, just a flat, level tone. But somehow that struck me as much worse.
言葉に出してもらって
Can you
もい
say
いで
that
す
aloud
か
for me? Were you the one who
部屋
went
に
into
入った
that
のは
room?
あなたです
What?
そ
That's right.
そうですか
I see. I couldn't tell if she cared or not.
の
So what are you doing in that?
部屋のドアが
I
勝手
heard
に
the
開いて
door open on its own.
それで入
That's
れた
how you
そう
got
です
in.
ね
Is that true? The door opened on its own. She knew about that. I nodded.
言葉に出しても
Can
ら
you
っ
say
ても
that
いいで
aloud?
すか
Huh?
本
It's
当だ
true.
よ
It's open
そう
from
ですか
inside. I see. And then she seemed to be looking me over again. What was going on here?
有村さん
Is there something?
じゃあ失礼
Anyway,
します
goodbye. Arimura ignored Kurusu's question and went to leave.
ちょっ
Wait,
と
what do you mean?
ああ敬語い
No
ら
need
ない
to
で
be
す
so
よ
polite. I'm
そ
younger
れに
than
呼
you
び捨
and
てでいいです後輩じゃないですかそれあなた
you are going to
殺
be
されま
killed.
すよ
Takuro Miyashiro.
宮代拓先輩
Those were her last words before she left the room. Huh? She didn't seem at all surprised that I had questioned her, but I froze solid. Who put this on Hachiko? Lolololol. Creepy as fuck. This is a sumo sticker, isn't it? It's actually looks kinda cute. What the fuck? Dimana cute anjir? What the heck is this thing? Who put this on Hachiko? Lololol. Sumo Woofer, congrats on 1,000 retweets. Give me a break. I love Hachiko, but I don't care about this creepy dog. Who put this on Hachiko? What's up with this thing? Cute. Who put this on Hachiko? Lololol. At the same time, oh, hujan. Rogensaka Shibuya. The sky had been overcast all day, and now it had finally begun to rain. Some of the news media that had been swarming around the Love Hotel decided it was a good time to go home, or just took refuge in their fans frowning. Meanwhile, Shinju's mind raced as quickly as the man trying to flee the storm.
どういうことなんだ
What's going on here? Everything had started right after midnight. Hinai Arimura, the hacky old girl, had refused to give even her name until he had relayed Momose's message to her, but as soon as she heard it, her attitude changed. His only choice now was to continue to do everything Momose's kid told him to do. The first thing she had said was that there was almost no chance Arimura was the killer, and that it was safe to let her go. The second thing she had said was that it would be smarter to let her go and see what she did. The third thing she had said was that even if he did get some answer out of her, he wouldn't be able to make sense of them. Shinjo was used every bit of his authority to get her released. He had been forced to suck up to some people he really didn't like, and in the end, she would be monitored and questioned by the police daily, since they hadn't known if she had anything to do with Kakita's staff. They had used her assault on the police officer to bring her in. Either way, last evening marked 48 hours since her arrest. They had to decide whether to let her go or seek a warrant of detention. They hadn't found any physical evidence connecting her to Kakita's murder, and Arimura herself said,
何も覚えていません。
I don't remember anything. That was all she had said, in fact. Provisional release at this point felt like a bit of a stretch of his authority, but it was a sensible decision. If anything here was insensible, it was the fact that he was doing everything Momose's acquaintance asked of him. Kawaii sih karakternya sih. He didn't have a plan to follow. This was the first time that had happened, he thought. He only managed to be successful at his age. Around what Momose called the hard hats in section 1 was that he knew how to be flexible. The reason that many police officers could be stubborn and hard-headed was that most of the time, that was how you solve a case. Shinjo understood that the rules they clung to so fiercely, both written and unwritten, were the product of valuable experience. But he also understood that the unorthodox methods his senior detective friend had taught him were a weapon in their own right. Even if the higher-ups didn't like him using them, they would bring him success. One good example was the time that profilers had told him that the person behind a string of assault was a man in his 20s who never felt his house. He had found out that the culprit was actually a runaway girl in her late teens who lived in a net cafe. Oh, wait, karena di Jepang banyak yang tinggal di net cafe karena lebih murah. Dan cukup lengkap ya di net cafe-nya tuh, nggak kayak sini. And matched the internet's logs that Section 1 had gathered with the data held by the Social Safety Section, a group that was on notoriously bad terms with Section 1. In the end, he had cracked the case by logging into an online game and tracking down several of its players, including the girl behind the attacks. Shinju was, what the fuck, karakter gue kenapa anjir? Kayaknya kameraku ketik. Sudah. Shinjo was, if something else, confident that he was capable, blah 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 blah. But this time, not only did he not know what was the best choice, he didn't even know if the choices he was making were good or bad.
これじゃあ
This is
百瀬
ending
さんの
up
言っ
just
た
like
通りじゃない
Momose
か
said it could. It would. If he couldn't change things fast, he might end up taken off the case.
ん
He looked at his watch and realized something. The man he was waiting for wasn't here. It had cost him quite a bit to get permission to show him the crime scene, and he was over 30 minutes late.
百瀬さんが言うには
Momose said
特徴のあるやつだか
that there
ら
was
す
no
ぐ
way
に
I
わ
could
かるっ
miss
て
him.
話だったが
He didn't know what he looked like, but there was no way the officer standing guard outside could miss him.
ちょっと待ちなさい
Hey, wait, you. He heard a loud voice from the hallway. Shinjo decided that before he let him into the scene, he would give him a lecture about his tardiness. He stopped, surprised.
女
A girl? Mirip kakaknya, jatuhnya kayak kakaknya si ini gak sih yang tadi itu si Kazuki? Agak mirip mereka. He didn't expect to see what he saw. He had convinced himself that anyone weird enough to want to see a crime scene had to be a guy. But she looked like she would be very pretty. She will be very pretty with makeup on. Even if she wore none now. Ya sih udah wangi-wangi sih karakternya sih. A frown was plastered on her face and her long hair was half-heartedly tied behind her back. And she was wearing a white lab coat, but under it was
制服
a uniform?
そ
And isn't
れ
that
あれは確か
Ekiho Academy, the same school Arimura and the two kids who had snuck into the crime scene attended? Shinjo mentioned to the officer to let her pass and remember the last name he had been given by Momose.
君が
Are you
黒里さんか
Kunosato?
な
Yeah. I leave it to you all. So, you don't need my confirmation.
Sudah kok dingin ngomong pakai bahasa Inggris. Yeah, I leave it to you all, so you don't need my confirmation.
Huh?
Huh? Bingung deh.
There's no time to
There's
waste.
no time to
as you
waste,
know.
as you.
Yeah.
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 Ini pengen jadi kurisu dia. Well, I gotta nurse this dumb cop. Okay.
Okay.
Later, Chris.
Later, Chris.
And then she hung up the phone and glared at Shinjo. He showed no sign and apologizing for her lateness and gawking at the scene of a murder. This was her, it had to be. When he saw how arrogantly she was behaving, he believed that this has to be the Kunosato person that Momose had told him about. He felt a little overwhelmed by her, but tried to make his voice as strong as he could.
黒里さん
Ari Kunosato, knowing Momose,
百瀬さんのこと
I
だ
figured
か
I
ら
will be
ど
ready
んな
for
人が来て
anything,
も
but
構
I
わない
can't
つ
let
も
a
りでいた
young
んだ
girl
が
into a crime scene.
こんな非常識が蔓
Now
延し
that's
ている
normal
現
when
場で
you're surrounded by things
常
that
識的
aren't
なことを
normal.
言うな。
Didn't he tell you that
そ
will
れが
get
邪魔
in
だと
your
言われ
way?
なかったか？
Hey! He ignored Shinjo's word and walked right past him. He stepped right on top of the number plates that Forensic had put on the ground to identify the location of evidence. Then she looked at the blind place on the window to stop the media from looking inside and stopped. Shinjo felt himself becoming annoyed at her attitude, particularly what she had said about him in English.
こちらが間抜けな警
Dumb
官だ
cop
ろう
or
が
not,
指示には従ってもら
you're
う
going to do what I tell you right now.
世間の連中
People
は
think that every corpse is dead.
は
You've got
英語を
ears
聞き
that
取れ
can
る耳は
understand
持ってい
English
ても
and you don't watch
リン
Fincher.
チャーは見てないのか？
He put her hand up to the blind that she had been looking at. What are you doing? I'm asking if you really think this room is the only crime scene in this case. She kept her eyes on the exposed window. She tossed him a Pokécom he had finished out of her pocket. Shinjo grabbed it without thinking and looked down at it. He was stunned. It was footage of the room he was in right now. It was probably Kakita, Dad, and Hinai Arimura. What is this? A video that was just uploaded to the web. Her answer made Shinjo feel pissed off at everything, including himself. Why didn't he notice? Why did he have to be shown this by a girl who he had just met? From outside the window? He grabbed onto the window frame, looking for the spot where the video had been recorded. But all he saw was the external wall of the building flecked with rain. There was only some kind of strange, creepy sticker there. Oi! Shinjo yelled out into the hallway. The officer outside heard the tone of his voice and rushed inside. Shinjo pointed at the window and said, "Peel off the building next door right now and get me forensics, and then track down where this video." I don't know about the video, but you're probably not going to find anything next door. There's no sign of a camera having been placed on that wall. I copied the data at the security entrance, and Frisia's team is going over it. But we are not going to find anything, probably. I hope not. You must have been enjoying this because Kunosato's frown twisted into a mischievous bully expression. Again, he didn't understand. He didn't have time for this. He ignored her and ordered his men to seal the building, call forensic, and track down where that video was filmed. With that finished, he turned back to her. Is this why you were late? Focus on securing the scene. Chan picked up on this video right after it was posted. It was uploaded only 40 minutes ago. Already, more than 5,000 people have seen it. You don't think any of them are with those media people down below? Wait, you can't. This is Watabe with Nikonia News. I would like your comment on. I'm with Wuset. Ganggu banget ya. Get out. The pictures. He could hear yelling coming from the hallway. Damn it, that net reporter again. Ini model-modelannya si ini ya, air ya? Model-modelannya si Kurisu ya? Shinjo ran out into the hallway infuriated. Are you with the section 1? Did you see the video? Please don't comment without permission. We have no comment. No pushing. Did you see it or not? No comment. Kunosato was still looking outside the window as she listened to the commotion in the hallway. She stuck her hand in her pockets and stared at the sticker on the opposite wall, the way a person on top of a tall building stared down at the tiny people on the street below. Hey, how does it feel? The sticker picture's too ugly, offers sleeping faces. The rain made it look like it were crying. If there was any witness, it's you, right? Kunosato smirked like a fighter facing down a worthy opponent. October 2nd. Bedanya kursi tidak dingin. Apa ya? Time passed. It was now almost midnight. Iya sih, sundere gitu ya, Dek. Under a bridge in Shibuya. She walked with her head down so that others couldn't see her strange face. She was dragging her legs, her body tilted a little. She didn't have an umbrella, so the rain that had fallen that evening made her long bangs cling to her forehead. Water dripped off them. The eerie eyes that poked out from between her locks of hair looked like those of an animal hunting its prey. No one was moving but her. Normally, there would be people here at this hour, but the town left her alone, as if it had sensed something. She disappeared into an alley without anyone else noticing her. It was several minutes later, then they appeared there. Loliest. A girl less than 10 years old and an old woman well over 70. Oh, ini woman. Aku kira kakek-kakek. The old woman might have been blind because she carried a stick and had her hand on the girl's shoulder. And the little girl was carrying something far too big for her tiny frame. Neither of them were carrying umbrellas, and both were soaking wet. They walked at a slow pace. Perhaps they knew the path well, or perhaps they simply didn't care because they paid no attention to anything around them. And then, for the first time, the little girl saw something and stopped. The old man stopped as well. The only sound in the alley was the sound of the rain. The girl stood there for a full minute. Eventually, she turned her head and led the older woman away. All that was left was the rain. The things on the wall. Huh? A video of the scene that has been passed around on the internet. The footage in question shows the body on a man who committed suicide in a Love Hotel. It was past midnight. All on his program were talking about the video that had been re-uploaded to the internet that afternoon. Since there was a dead body in the video, none of the programs were actually playing it, but the newscaster had all described it. It was as if they were telling people to watch the rest on the web. Which meant that people who are just hearing about this now will be looking at the internet, huh? Twitter was the best way to see what people were saying at any given moment. I opened it and took a look. Where can you see the thing they are talking about on TV? This is getting exciting. I saw it, but I should have known better than to watch it this late at night. Someone tell me a funny joke or something. That's about what I expected. Whenever I searched for a keyword related to the case, I found tons of tweets about the video and news broadcasts. The address of any page or aggregator site hosting the video was getting retweeted at an incredible rate. Of course, this was nothing new. Chan had already been in festival mode since the video had first been posted that evening. The video on the aggregator wiki had been quickly deleted, but someone had saved it and uploaded to a bunch of other sites. The sites has deleted it to see others had repeated the process. Making a regista Pepe Ruby. After the news, the thread on @chan had gotten bigger. Revolving that, huh? That sounds like it's going to be what they call it. I didn't know who will win and who will first come up with the name, but more and more people on @chan were using it. It was probably on a play It was probably a play on the revolving bat the body had been found on. Since the body had been spinning too, the case was literally about the revolving bat. Chan, Twitter, and all the aggregator sites and pages dealing with the case were in an uproar. I looked around and didn't see any new information. I was seeing it in person myself. I could easily tell when someone was lying or guessing. It passed midnight. What about this? There were no big updates on Shibuya News either. The top of the page was about the uploaded video, but it was basically just a rehash of existing information. I would thought that with all this fuss, she would be putting on a web radio broadcast, but maybe she was busy. There was nothing about the sumo sticker or Arimura, which made sense, I guess. Even Kei was on psychic, sorry. Only we and the police knew about Arimura, and only we knew about the sticker. The sumo stickers. Damn it. I'll be planning on the checking to see if there was a sticker around the scene of a leaky noise today. You are going to be killed, Takuru Miyashiro. I couldn't get the words she had whispered out of my head. In the end, it had started raining, and I would gone with Ito's plan of trying to get more information about the video and learn more about Arimura. I hadn't made much progress with either. Of course, it had surprised me that Kurusu. Oh, Kurusu. Janganlah bersedih, Kurusu. Kurusu hadn't said anything. Oh, Kawiko, wait a minute. Langsung di-add dong. What did she mean? I'm going to be killed. The question came back to me again for the 100th time, and I still had no answer. That was she warning me about. Why had she told me I was going to be killed? I pissed her off somehow. Enter dia aku at Sky Foray Pepe Hutao. No, it felt more like she was talking about someone else killing me. And maybe it didn't matter if she hated me or not. And the timing didn't make sense either. We weren't talking about anything weird. We were just talking about a case. She told me if I kept looking into this, I would be killed. But that didn't make sense either. The police had ruled the death at the Love Hotel suicide. It was a strange way to kill yourself. Sure. Iya sih, itu strange banget anjir. And after seeing it, I couldn't believe it was just a simple suicide, but... Wait. Did that mean Kakita had been murdered after all? Murdered by whoever had tried to come into the room. The police had told me I had been mistaken. And Ito had told me I couldn't prove it logically. Damn it. It was no good. It didn't make any sense. I was going to be killed? Had I crossed some line? You're going to get killed, Takuro Miyashiro. I tried saying it aloud and shivered a little. Was I scared? Or... was I excited? I could feel myself start to laugh. That was fine. It was just fine with me. If I had crossed some line, I'll find out what it was. There was a difference between me and those morons on the internet. I could do it. I had a lot of clues. The first was Hinaya Arimura herself. And then... the sumo stickers. I had only seen them at 2 of the crime scenes so far, but if I could find one at Leaky Noise too, I will have a clue that no one else in the world had. I should go take a look tomorrow. And then there was the video that had gotten uploaded to the internet. Who had uploaded and why?
Huh?
Kenapa? I played the video one more time, then realized something. Apa tuh?
そういえば
Wait a second.
なんでだ
Why? Here too. It was a common thing you found in the video. So I will never really notice until now, but and I hadn't seen any comment on the internet saying anything about it either, but
なんでこんな
what
処理
if
し
they
てるん
use
だ
this evac? There's something weird at the start, and it was on screen for less than a second, but at start, the image appeared from the bottom to top, and then at the end, it went black from top to bottom. These weren't particularly unusual, in fact. The one at the start was often used in TV shows and movies when a character woke up. Of course, this was when the camera was showing his point of view. And one at the end was often used when the character was falling asleep or just before they pass out. Sometimes you could play both at high speed to make it look like someone was blinking. It was called a wipe. It was a method of transitioning video from one image to another.
Huh?
This video was clearly taken from the next to the Love Hotel and almost perfectly at eye level. From the distance and angle, that much was clear. I spent so much time looking through a camera that it knew how to judge the distance between it and the thing it saw. I was sure that if I asked the rest of the newspaper club, they would agree. But the side of the building where this video was taken was a sheer wall. I could see that for myself. In the video I had taken, the only things I could see outside the window were a wall and the stickers. The uploaded video looked like it had been taken from someone's eyes. Dari mata stikernya kali ya. Suddenly, a dumb idea occurred to me. I looked at the picture of the sticker on the wall that I had printed out. Nah, I shook my head to drive away the stupid delusion. I need to stay calm and logical. Tomorrow I could go see where the camera had probably been placed. Huh? Wow. Satu mata gitu jadinya. I apologize for being late. The test image, spreading through Shibuya as expected, continued to monitor the... Yes, and the target, no issues. There's no sign they know my identity. I'm close enough to kill Takuru Miyashiro at any time. The fuck? Kita udah ditandain, cok. Woi, kita chapter 2 sekarang. If you ask me, all the people in my class were ignorant children. When I was in 4th grade, only about 1 in 6 kids had a smartphone. A bunch of them would use their phone during breaks to pull up secret web pages made by the kids at school or dumb joke site. They would pass them around the class to become the center of attention, and each would be the leader of their own little group. One day, one of those leaders was upset because he couldn't visit a site he had been able to access the day before. Some of the kids in his group suggested that it was broken or that maybe the address had changed. I told him, "It's internet filtering. Your parents contacted the cell phone company to limit your online access." The leader looked stunned for a moment, but then he yelled at me not to make stuff up. The rest of the group joined in, and I was right. I wasn't making anything up. I didn't understand why they were all yelling. Later, I realized that I was the class misfit. He was the boss of the little group. And he didn't like that I had shown him up. Oh, I only went to school once in a while, but when I did it, something like that always happened. I was sick of it. Yalah. I wanted to show the rest of the class I was better than they were. Ooh. I wanted to shock all those wrong-siders. When I snuck inside, I found a place filled with true darkness, unlike any I had ever experienced. I could hear her gasp behind me. Ooh. You okay? Oh, suaranya Ono eh. Serika didn't answer. She just clung to me as if seeking escape from the darkness around us. Can we go home? Serika quickly shook her head. It's okay. We still haven't found any clues about Amy, and I don't want to be in that house. You too, right, Taku? I thought for a second and nodded. For her, that was probably the real reason. Okay, let's go. Serika nodded back, but even in the darkness, I could see that her lips were quivering. She was scared. Maybe I'm lucky. What I wanted in this situation wasn't a brave comrade who will go boldly forward with me, but a friend will shiver pathetically behind my back. No matter what happened, I had to protect Serika. Anjay, suka gaya lo. Having her there made me feel better like that. I brought my focus back to what was going on around me and started to softly walk forward. Ini kan yang pagi, halo Fan, welcome to the stream. I woke up from the usual dream. For once, I hadn't been sweating in my sleep. In fact, I felt better than usual. Okay. I put up the PC, checked my email, and then loaded all the major newspaper and news sites at once. It was how I usually started my morning. I felt extremely alert. I could probably finish my usual routine in less than an hour. Yeah, that's right. I'm not a kid anymore. I won't give up halfway like I did before. This time, the mystery I needed to solve was right in front of me. See sticker ini. Have you ever seen this sticker? On a street light? On an abandoned phone booth? On the back of a mailbox? Or on road signs? Oh my god, sangat mengerikan. This strange sticker, which look like the faces of two fat men overlapping, are called Kumo stickers. The first time people started talking about them was back in 2007. Oh, tapi beda-beda ya model-modelnya, nggak satu jenis doang ya. They were big enough that at one point people were talking about them on TV. After 2009 Shibuya earthquake, everyone just stopped talking about them, but lately they've started appearing around Shibuya again. This was found yesterday, for example. Bullshit. At first, the sticker may appear to have been put up at random, but they actually all have something in common. This, and this. These three were found near the sites of bizarre death that the whole city has been talking about. This was put up on the karaoke box opposite the apartment where Don't Look at Me took place. This was put up on a street light near Leaky Noise. This was put up on the Love Hotel opposite the scene of revolving that. That's right. All of these were placed near the scene of the death. Some of you may think this is just a coincidence, but Don't Look at Me and revolving that took place in a 5th story condo and a 3rd story of a Love Hotel. And both of these stickers were placed high up on the 5th and 3rd floor of the building opposite them, as if they were looking down on a scene. Leaky Noise is no different. It was placed on a street light looking down over the scene. Is this really just a coincidence? Who created these stickers? Why are they being put up? And do they have anything to do with all this strange stuff? We'll continue our investigation. Finally, Don't Look at Me took place on September 7th, and Leaky Noise took place on September 19th. Revolving that took place on September 29th. Have you all noticed these 3 incidents took place on the same dates as the first 3 new generation? The sumo sticker has something to do with what's going on Shibuya right now, then maybe they have something to do with what happened 6 years ago. Yes, see. Views 5. That means no one but us has seen it yet, right? Kita doang anjir. Well, we haven't had it up for more than 24 hours. Oh, mereka bikin video. Hey, here's another video tag Shibuya. This is the amateur. Okay, 100 view. Wait, this video is just a compilation of some rumor of the occult. It's got over 3,000. If you live in Shibuya, the ghosts of the people who died in the earthquake will possess you and give you strange power. This really got 3,000 views? Gak terima deh. Oi, are you listening? Yeah. I don't feel well. I tried my hardest to avoid looking at it directly, but screwed up. Do this sticker creep you out that much? They're really creepy. Well, they're certainly not what I would call cute. You look at Kuro pics all the time. You're used to this stuff, right? You maniac. No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I raised my head off the desk. Ito's Pokécom was displaying the news video they had made and uploaded to Nikoniya last night, the one about the sumo stickers. Damn it, calm down. It was just a hallucination imagining it. You look again, and it wasn't there. I'm back. Hey, what's wrong, Taku? Nothing. I almost jumped out of my chair. Then, when the door opened, I turned around and saw Serika frowning. Nah, masih nggak paham sini yang ini loh. It's nothing. What's that? Food. You're the one who told me to go buy it. He was right. I had spent all of lunchtime going around the school taking video of the preparation for the fair, so I could have this time to use as I please. I had missed lunch. What a pain. Here you go, Shin. A ham sandwich and milk coffee.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks. Aku get calorie block and a mountain view. I don't know why you don't get tired of this stuff. Stop hassling me about it.
栄養バランスを考えたらこれが一番
This is the
効
most
率がいいんだ
effective way to get a balanced diet.
焼きそばと酒
焼きそば
おにぎりとクリー
salmon
ム
rice
パン
ball
と
cream
チョココロネとアンパンとグレープフル
Anjir
ーツが
banyak
私
banget deh.
相変わらず燃
You've
費
got the
悪い
world's
な
most inefficient metabolism. You're a girl, right?
女子だよ
Yes, I am. Why? Don't make that why are you asking face at me.
花ちゃん
Here you go, Hannah. Have a lollipop.
円数中
She's
か
playing ASO too. Huh?
花ちゃんはいこれ
Hmm?
な
Come, don't hide
隠
it.
さないでよ
Did you get that rare item? Mm-hmm. A strange kind of grappling match began as Kazuki tried to hide the screen and Serika tried to see it.
なんだろ
I don't know.
ういや
You know,
俺ら
the
新聞部
newspaper
って
club got
男に
got two
女
guys
三
and
つ
three girls.
それなりに
That's a
それ
pretty
なり
good
の男女比
ratio,
じゃん
right? Where did that come from?
しかし
So why don't we
ちっとも
feel
リア充視
more
はしない
like
のは
normals
な
when
ぜ
I
だ
watch those girls go
あ
at
ん
it
な
like
風に
that?
女子がふざけ合ってれば
わかった
Okay, I'll give you some squid.
うん
Mm.
もう少しこっちが
You
色
will
気に
think
当
we
て
will
られて
find
ドキ
it
ド
at
キして
least a
もいい
little
はず
exciting.
ちょっと待て
Hold on, I've
僕は
told you
リア充
before
だっ
I'm
て言ってる
normal.
だろもう一
Till
席
I give you another lecture.
それももういい
I don't need any more of
つうか
those.
尾上
And anyway, Onoe,
副部長は
where is the vice president?
あ
Oh, Serika froze.
うん
I don't think she'll be here today.
文化祭の準備
She's
が
busy
忙しそう
getting
だ
ready
し
for the festival. Ah,
そ
yeah.
れに
And
なんか
Non's
のん
been
ちゃん
kinda weird
この間から
lately. She
変なん
doesn't
だよ
look like
ね
she's doing too
元
good.
気ないんだ
I wonder what's wrong, she whispered. By lately, she probably meant since after Nono met Arimura. It was true that after that, he had given up on telling me not to follow the case. Either way, thanks to that, I have been able to focus on the case without being interrupted. And she had met Arimura, huh?
よし
Okay, we
食べ
can
ながら
talk
でいい
while we eat. Let's get started, Kazuki.
円数
Can you
一旦
close
落ちても
out
らっ
the...
ていいか
Okay, for a second. We are going
情報
over the
整理する
info
から
on the case.
Hmm.
Wih, dimatiin bener nih sama dia. She may have been waiting for something to spawn. Or maybe she was just at a good stopping point. Because she quit the game with much less scheduling than I had expected. Iya, langsung aja. He started to print out the data from the PC. Now then, there was a lot of new information, but I would spend so much time making the video. I had spent so much time making the video that the board was the same way it had been. It was time to go over it. First, I should start with what I can't put on the map.
右のスペースが空いてるな
The space on the right is open. Let's
ま
start
ずそっち
putting
に
the stuff.
チューブラリンな
チューブラリン
What do you mean, Kane?
ほら
You know, like that video?
そうか
I see.
よし
Okay
そんな
then.
ら
Ito forced himself to swallow what he was eating.
関わりがあるかもしれない
Let's
動
put
画を
up
全部
any
ここに貼っ
videos
ちゃおう
that
ぜ
might have something to do with the case here. Yeah, that's the way to go.
じゃあ
Alright, so the video was uploaded to the wiki. Was the footage of the inside
ラ
of
ブ
the
ホテルの
love
中
photo
を外
room,
から撮ったやつだ
taken
か
from the
ら
outside, so... Ini.
でその
And here's the
概要が
summary.
この動画の
It's because of this video, isn't it? That I had that weird hallucination. It was just a plain old wipe. So why did it seem so strange?
どう
Taku, what's wrong? What's wrong with you?
いいから
Just listen for
とりあ
now,
えずお
okay?
前は聞いてろよ
Okay. Lucu banget deh.
伊藤
Ito,
動画
they never caught the guy
結
who
局
uploaded
ま
the
とめに
video,
気に
right?
張り
あ
Yeah,
ネットじゃ
there
週
was a big
末はかなり
festival
祭り
online
になった
over
け
the
どな
weekend though,
テレビ
since
で
it
も報
got
道されて
reported
た
on
から
TV. That's right. People on the internet like to make fun of TV and newspaper, but the biggest cause of online festival was mainstream media attention.
でもそれに関しての続報
There
が
has been no
つまり
updates,
燃料が
which
ない
means nothing new to talk
そのまま
about
丸
for
3
3 days.
下火原
Is it
か
dying out? Even the nature of what happened, it won't die out fast.
あ
But
と週末に更新が炎上してたろ
there was that thing with Koshin on the weekend too, right? Huh? Oh no, I didn't know what he meant. Yeah, that thing. What do you mean?
更新は復興事
Koshin,
業
the
の
biggest
中心と
company
なった
involved
企業
with
だ
the
ろ
rebuilding
復
work.
興の時に
Right?
街中に張り
They're
巡らされ
also
た監視
involved
カメ
with
ラの
those
設置に
security
も噛んでるら
cameras
しくて
going
さ
up all over town.
それにプライバシー
Somebody
を
started
侵害された
complaining
ってい
about
う人
how
が
the
いたんです
cameras
よ
were invasion
それ
of
について
privacy.
更新の対応者が
And
横
this
柄な
guy
態度を
at
取ったとか
Koshin
なんとかで
acted like an
確か今
arrogant
朝
dick.
提訴まで行ったはず
I think there was actually a lawsuit filed this morning.
そうそう
Yeah,
よくある
yeah,
話
that
だよ
happens all the time.
は
Oh,
んで
so
そ
people
っ
are
ちにちょ
starting
っ
to
と
talk
人が
about
流れ
that.
てる感じがある
I see. So that was it.
動画の炎上に関して
People
は
are starting to
いたず
say
らと
that
か
the
捏
video
造っ
was
てい
a
うやつが
prank
出
or a
てきて
fake,
そ
and
れ
the
を主流派が
majority
潰している
that
最
think
中
it's real are shutting them up, shutting them down. Anjir, masa prank kayak gitu? It was self-feeding then. Either way, without the fresh fuel, it will eventually have to go out.
まあいたずらや捏
Well,
造
I
っていう
understand
や
why
つの
people
気
will
持ちも
think
わ
it's
から
a
なくはない
prank
け
or
ど
a fake. But after having been there, I knew it wasn't. Iya sih, karena kan dia yang di dalam, bre. Masa lebih tahu yang ini anjir yang komen daripada yang di dalam? That's right, I should put up the video of the room too.
和樹
Kazuki, can you
Love
edit
hotel
out
no
something
doga
from the
tekitoni
love photo
kiridashite
for
kuru.
me?
Mm.
Okay, that's all.
あと一応
Oh, I guess
これもな
this too. Oh, itu. Oh, itu yang video mereka bikin ya? Why was he putting that up there? Why?
別に
You don't need to put the
新聞部の
newspaper
動画は
club's
貼らな
video.
くても
That's right. It's creepy. See? Even the self-proclaimed girl says so.
何が関係
We
してく
don't
る
know
かわ
what
かんない
might
だ
be
ろ
related to the
それに
case, right?
このシールは
And
事
this
件の
sticker
鍵
might
か
be
も
the
しれない
key,
んだろ
right? Grr,
それはそうかもしれない
maybe,
けど
but
あのな
listen,
君悪
they
が
aren't
り
as
すぎだっ
creepy
つ
as
う
you
の
are making them
ほら
out to be.
シールもまとめるぞ
Come on, putting them up. Damn it. You can only say that because you haven't seen it with its eye open. While it hadn't actually opened.
ったく
Jeez,
女
are
子
you a
かよ
girl?
男子だ
I'm a guy. Santai. Fine, fine. There were a lot of sumo sticker in the other image anyway. I shouldn't let it bother me. But I was going to avoid looking at them directly too much.
じゃあシールに
We've
関して
put what we've got
これ
on
ま
the
でに
sticker
ま
on the
とめた
board,
事
but
件のつけこっちになの
the
現場が
long
見える
distance
位置にあ
shot
った
of the
力士
sumo
の
sticker
金
looking
画像
down on the look. Don't look at me. Ini. What's that?
力士シール
A
が
shot
貼られ
of
てい
where
た
the
ところの
sumo
引き
sticker
の画
was
像
put up.
いやそれを
Well,
見
I
れば
can
わ
see,
か
but
る
why?
ま
Well,
あ
I've been wondering ever
力士
since
シ
I
ールを
found the
見て
thing.
どうやって貼ったんだ
How would they get it up
これ
there?
4階だぞ
It's the fourth floor.
窓を開けて乗り出せ
Couldn't
ば
they just
当
open
然
the window and lean out?
ここの窓ははめ殺
These
し
windows don't open. Oh, that's right.
そうか
You went to do
お
karaoke
前
alone,
言ったん
didn't
だも
you?
んな人から
だから人
It
からじ
wasn't
ゃない
karaoke alone.
歌
I
ってない
didn't sing. Yes.
他の現場はどうな
What
った
about the other incidents? Ito ignore my protest and mention. Damn it, it wasn't karaoke alone. Masih kesel deh.
次
Next,
は
leaky noise.
音漏れたんか
We didn't have a sumo
ここは
sticker
ま
for
だ
this
力
one
士シー
yet.
ルの画像を貼ってなかった
And when I had gone to the scene 2 days ago on a Sunday, I had found a sticker on a nearby telephone pole, just like I.
そのアップの画像は新聞部の動画にも使ったやつだから
Ini kan? It really was creepy up close. Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
でそ
The
の
long
引き
range
の画像
photo.
は
Mungkin?
Koko?
anybody who wanted to could put that sticker up there.
だけど
But
回転デッドの
the
歴
long
史
range
シール
photo
の
of the
引きの
sumo
画像は
sticker for revolving that is this was an outside wall too. There's a window, but it's way out of reach.
そう？
Yeah.
長い棒の先っ
Couldn't you
ぽと
stick
か
out
に
on
くっつ
the
けて
edge of,
ピタンってや
of
れ
a
ば
long
いけそう
pole
じゃない？
or something and push it against the wall? She really already finished eating all that. Anjir cepet
届く
banget.
だろうけど
Well, you could probably, but you couldn't do that at the karaoke box, could you?
ギュブ。
Brr. That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
ちょっと食べ過ぎた
I ate a little too much. You had really, really long pole.
んなことしてたら一
They
発で
would
バ
see
レ
you
るだろ
doing it. Yeah.
じゃあ
Then you
ビル
could
の
dress
清
up like the
掃員
building
さんみたいに
janitors
して
or
とか
something. Where's a long pole, then what?
も
Well, it's
それ
possible,
は
I guess.
うどうした
What's wrong?
なんていう
It's
か
like this whole case is so weird. But you're talking about putting sticker on a pole, dressing up like a
清
janitor,
掃員みたいにってい
rappelling
うの
down
は
the side
ロー
of
プを使って
building or
か
something.
まあとにかく
Just can't
そういうマ
imagine
ッ
the
トな
guy
手段
who
で
put
歴史シール
them
を貼ってる
up
犯人
doing
の姿っていう
something
のは想
so
像できなくて
realistic. Well, that's if the guy who put them up is the same one behind all the death.
いや
No,
犯
we
人
don't
が
know
貼っ
if
てるか
it's
どう
the
かは
same
わからない
guy
だろ
putting them
う
up.
つか
Anyway,
直接的な
do we
犯人
need
な
an
んてい
actual
るのか
criminal for this?
3件と
The
も今のと
cops
ころ
are
警
saying
察は
that
自
all
殺っ
three
て発表
cases
して
are
るんだ
suicides.
でも
But they are
こっちみんな
also
の事
trying
件
to
の
find
直
the
前
person who
部屋に訪
visited the
ねてきた何
room
者か
right
を警察は
before
追ってもいるんだろう
Don't Look at Me case, right? And iya sih. Tok, 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 tok. Makanya gue kasih judulnya knock knock ya. I still felt like there was someone on the other side of that door.
俺は事件の裏側
I
を知っ
feel
て
like
る
it's
何者かのメ
a
ッセー
message
ジな
from
気がする
someone
け
who
どな
knows what's really going on. Message.
回転デッドの被
I
害
don't
者で
know
ある
what
柿田
Kakita
が
was
死ぬ直前
doing
に
just before he
どういう
died,
状態
but
であったか仮に前の2
if
件
he
と同
was
じ
in
よう
some
に
kind of
異常な
abnormal
精神
mental
状態にあっ
state,
たとしたら
like the last two
それを
cases,
生み出す何
then
か
something must have caused that,
そうだな
like a drug or
薬物
something.
とかで
And then maybe someone who knew about the drug put up the sticker.
何のために
Why? Iya, kenapa?
それは
I don't know, but what?
お前はどう
What
思
do
うんだ
you
よ
think then? Huh?
僕は
So what was the deal with those sticker around the crime scenes? Let me think.
歴史シールを
Maybe
貼るこ
putting
と
up the
自体が
sticker
目
was a
的だと
goal
か
in and of itself.
あ
Eh?
バットメンは知ってるだろ
In a Batman, right?
あれでしょ
The one where the bat transformed into a giant steel man in red cape. He shoot out webs from his finger to kidnap kids, right? Wrong. Batman wasn't really any of that. Actually, I think that's about 5 or 6 different comics mixed together. Wait. Kita sampai sini aja deh. Oh, save dulu. Udah ke-save kan ya? Takutnya kayak kemarin gak ke-save anjir. Mungkin kita bakalan sampai sini aja. Dan nanti kita bakal libur stream ya. Gak ada stream dulu sehari. So kalian jangan kangen. Saya mau keluar dengan Suki no Mito ya. So ya. Ada, kita sebut nama, ada Faun, ada Senpapi, ada Airi, ada Om Aldo Alda, ada Om Kepler, ada Om Nara Nara, ada mungkin ANS yang lagi nonton tapi nggak live chat, terus juga mungkin ada Papo tapi nggak live chat, terus tadi juga ada Bang Telor, terus ada yang lain. So ya, buat yang udah mampir dan juga menonton stream kali ini. Besok kita tidak ada stream karena saya mau pergi bersama Suki no Mito. Enggak lah, enggak masukin. Oke, so ya, thank you buat yang udah mampir dan juga menonton stream kali ini. Thanks for watching and see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye.